Rabbi Alex Goldberg to lead us in a time of reflection. Rabbi, over to you.
Thank you. I'll try and stand up. No. I was just trying to, sorry. Yeah. Thank you very much, Mayor. Councillors, members of our community, friends. I want to start with a little story, in the Jewish tradition about Oni, the circle maker, who's always very much needed. He's called the circle maker because he's a 2nd century before the Common Era mystic who, during a drought period, argued with God for rain and drew a circle around him, said, "I'm not moving until you make it rain." They all decided he was a heretic until it started raining, then he was a hero. Anyway, Oni is walking along the road and he sees an elderly man plant a tree, and it's a carob tree, and he asks him, how long will it take for that, how many years will it take for that tree to bear fruit, old man? He says 70. And he looks at the old man and he goes, do you think you'll ever eat from the fruit? And he goes, I don't think so, no. He says, why are you planting it? He goes, because when I came into the world, I ate from trees, carob trees, that my grandparents and parents had planted, and I want there to be fruit for my children and grandchildren. I think this story reminds us of both the public service, civil society, and I believe you're talking about community cohesion tonight. We plant trees of justice, kindness, and hope for the generations yet to come, so that we can have a better world. Earlier on in the year in Guildford, because it was the 750th anniversary of the expulsion of the Jews of Guildford, we decided to do something positive and created a civic declaration of freedom of religion and belief. And I believe Edinburgh is now copying us. I like that. I hope Waverley copies us and does it in its own way with its own faith leaders and belief leaders coming around. I'm very happy to help us with that. But we affirm that we should be free to live, worship and express conscience without fear. And that this is not only a human right, but it is part of our shared British values of fairness, dignity and respect. Much akin in my tradition where the prophet Jeremiah says, in exile, seek the peace of the city where you dwell and pray for it, for in it you will find peace of your own. And that call to seek peace and welfare of the place where we live is what brings us here tonight. It speaks to the spirit of Waverley's towns and villages, from Farnham to Godalming, Hazelmere to Cranley, all the beautiful communities in between. I'll come to a moment why I say that, but in recent weeks, we have seen that spirit of solidarity across southwest Surrey, as many people of many faiths and beliefs and none have reached out to us at Guildford Synagogue following the attack on a synagogue in Manchester and the subsequent attack on a mosque in Peacehaven in Sussex. Different communities, yes, but the same pain. These were not assaults on buildings of worship or the murder of lives, but also on the very principle that this country exists on, that each of us should live freely, to live and worship without fear. When one community is attacked, every community is wounded. It is an attack on our civic life, our democracy, and our British values. I've seen the best of humanity around here in the last few weeks. Church leaders, mosque leaders, temple leaders, humanist groups offering us messages of comfort and unity. And I thank you, and I thank Paul has sent me a message. I thank you all for reaching out across the boroughs here. That solidarity, it shows our refusal to divide us. But why it's special here in Waverley is because you've done it before. Whilst big cities and towns across this country, some of them turned their back during the 1930s to Jewish refugees and children coming over here. They didn't offer them refuge and succor. But this place, Waverley, did. Stoutley Rough School was established for Jewish children coming on the kinder transport in Hazelmere. A couple of years ago, we planted a tree there because we want to remember that story of welcome, of refuge, of a chance to live again, of grow like trees. And there are many famous graduates of Stoutley Rough that gave back to this country because this country gave them refuge. As Eleanor Roosevelt said, where after all do human rights begin? In small places close to home, so close and so small that they cannot be seen on any map in the world. Unless these rights have meaning there, they have little meaning anywhere. And in the words of my teacher, Rabbi Sachs, a society is strong when it cares for the weak and secure when it gives space to those with whom it disagrees and disagrees with respectfully. So I finish tonight. As we continue to seek the peace of the borough, let us plant seeds of understanding, compassion and freedom, so that those who come after us may sit in the shade of a peace we help to grow, of a civil society that we are proud of. I close with a short Jewish prayer, if I may, for peace, a one-line prayer. Asher shalom bimramav, hu yesei shalom aleinu v'al kol yoshvei tevel, amen. May the one who makes peace in the heavens make peace for us and for our neighbours and for all who dwell on earth. Let us say amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rabbi Alex, and please take our best wishes to your synagogue. I am Jamaican born, and the motto of Jamaica is out of many, one people. We are certainly better together. You're most welcome to stay for as long or as little as you'd like, but please, thank you very much for giving us of your time and of your wisdom. Thank you.
Penny, thank you very much. And if there's anybody in here who wants to engage in that process, our community, and I know other communities, stand here to serve and to serve in partnership with you. So thank you, Penny.
Thank you. So before we begin our meeting proper, I have a few housemaking comments to make. Members, please raise your hands to indicate whether you wish to speak. You'll be operating your own microphones. This meeting is live streamed and we will be using the electronic voting system, for which I'm hoping that you're very familiar. For, when the lights show, for is on the left, abstain is in the middle, and against is on the right. Or we may agree to vote by general assent. Speeches will be timed at 4 minutes, other than in accordance with the Council Procedure Rule 15.5. And you will be given a 30-second warning before your time is up. Members may only speak once on each item, except in circumstances as set out in Procedure Rule 15.6. If you're making a point of order, please be clear about which rule or order you think has been breached and how, and wait for agreement before you proceed. Please note that electronic devices should only be used for the purpose of this meeting, and make sure they are not distracting to any other councillor. If tonight's meeting continues beyond 9 p.m, there will be a short comfort break. We have a lot of business on tonight's agenda, so please keep things focused and speak only to add something new or necessary to the debate. If things are getting repetitive, I may use my discretion to move things along, even if all councillors have not spoken. So agenda item number 1 is apologies for absence. Are there any?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have apologies tonight from councillors Cavalier, Lawton, Busby, Keel, Coburn, Higgins, Hussaini, Rubini, Crowe, Deuce and Staunton.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Can we add Councillor Michaela Wicks to that, please?
Agenda item number 2 are declarations of interest. Are there any? No. Agenda item 3 is the minutes. The minutes of the meeting of this council held on the 17th of June were agreed at our 15th of July meeting, subject to an amendment to reflect that Councillor Hyman had been present. The corrected minutes are in your pack solely to place them on the record. They do not require further agreement. The minutes of the meeting of the council held on the 9th of September 2025 are also published online and circulated with your agenda pack. I now move approval of these minutes. Do I have a seconder?
Pleased to second, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Austin.
Sorry, I think you, if you were going to move to a vote, I was just going to say I'm not going to be approving them because I have an ongoing concern about the minutes. And so maybe we have a vote on it. Thank you.
So we'll take a vote, an electronic vote to approve the minutes. When lights show, please vote.
It's 26 for, 8 abstentions and 3 against. So, there are.
The vote is 26 for, 8 abstentions and 3 against. So the vote to agree the minutes is carried. Agenda item number 4 is announcements. I just want to announce that Paul Rivers and I attended the opening of the Milford Community Diagnostic Centre, opened by Michael Moore Molyneux. This is a fantastic building equipped with state-of-the-art CT and MRI scanners, a great contribution to our healthcare, and being local, it is much easier for residents to get to and much easier to park. Other announcements, Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. A few short announcements. Firstly, we do expect to hear on the subject of local government reorganisation by the end of next week. We were told by the end of October. The rumour mill is obviously working overdrive, as it always does in such circumstances, but Tuesday and Wednesday is when we're expecting to hear. We should hear on the subject of the 2 versus 3 question. We should hear a material update on the question of Woking debt, which will leave to see how material that update is, and of course doesn't include any updates on debt in a number of other places that would be very useful, as well as potentially, and we hope they follow through on this, a draft structural change order which would allow us to start preparing for informal and then regular joint committees in order to prepare. Of course, the loss of 3 weeks for further discussion in Parliament on this equates to something like 10% of the remaining time that we have in order to actually constitute this new unitary. So every week we lose is really starting to be a material hit to doing this in a sensible way. And I would just reflect that the MP for Woking, my good friend Will Forster MP, asked the Prime Minister this afternoon at Prime Minister's Questions whether he would commit to that Surrey elections would be taking place in 2026, and was given a somewhat fudged answer. So hopefully this will be resolved next week to everybody's satisfaction, and we will know for sure what is happening with elections. My second and final update is a thanks to the finance team here at Waverley. I always find it odd to say it like this because as a non-accountant, the words always seem slightly strange, but the 24-25 accounts were passed by the Audit Committee last night with an unqualified audit opinion, which I always think sounds like the people who are doing it are unqualified in some way, but no, that means in fact there were no issues with it. Less than 50% have that in the UK, quite a lot less, we're told by Grant Thornton, our auditors. In Surrey, the last round of this, only 4 districts met that criteria, and Waverley, of course, was one of them. Just a couple of quotes from the auditor, and I wanted to raise those tonight because I think we're going to be having some discussions later about finance, and I think it's a good opportunity for me to put these quotes into the world now before we start having some of those debates. The Council is in a good position and is resilient to deal with the pressures that it is facing and has healthy reserves to deal with any significant issues that it might face. Council has been very stable and has delivered on the value for money agenda and a lot better than many of our peers in the sector. And just to also reflect that our team has been nominated for a Public Finance Award run by SIPFA, the relevant trade body for public finance. And I'll end my remarks there, but just by concluding my thanks to Richard Bates, our Section 151 officer, to Candice, to Joe, and to all of the team that have got our accounts prepared and in good order, and putting us in the sound position in terms of public finance that we expect as members of this administration, our residents expect as residents of Waverley, and I'm sure will be a good reflection point for some of the comments on the items that are coming forward this evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for indulgence.
Thank you. Pedro? No? No?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just two announcements from the Monitoring Officer to update Council. Firstly, that I've been advised by Councillor Austin, leader of the Conservative Group, that Councillor Barker Lomax will be replacing Councillor Raleen on the Audit and Risk Committee with immediate effect. And secondly, for Council to please note that following recent changes to group membership, Councillor Fairclough is now a member of the Liberal Democrat group on the Council. He continues to be an executive member and deputy leader of the Council, as those appointments are made by the leader, who has confirmed there are no consequential changes to be made. As a consequence, however, proportional allocation of committee seats will need to be recalculated in accordance with political balance legislation and our own constitution, but group leaders have kindly agreed that Council will deal with this and any resulting adjustments to committee membership at the December Council meeting, when we'll be bringing a report forwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 5 is questions by members of the public. We do have questions from members of the public, as outlined in our 3rd supplementary pack published yesterday. Members, are we agreed that these questions and their responses can be taken as read? Thank you. So we now ask each questioner if there is a supplementary. Is Mr. Kutzell here? So no supplementary. John Crawford? No. Andrew Bolton?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's always a pleasure to come back to the Council. All too often, as shown in Council working papers, costs are identified precisely. For example, on page 11 of a document which is under consideration tonight, the total cost is shown as £5,413,782. Gosh. It's exactly right. There are no estimates of the effect on income. How does the Council justify the spend on a value for money basis? I note that page 295 of the Council's own constitution states that financial management must monitor and control spending and secure value for money. Furthermore, on page 50 of the Constitution, one of the Audit and Risk Committee's functions is to consider the Council's arrangements to secure value for money. My question, how can we be sure the Council is working for Waverley citizens and achieving value for money? Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Leader.
Before I answer further, could I just ask, with your indulgence, Madam Mayor, that the questioner just clarify to which item he's referring to, in that I don't have the papers as printed. I have them as individual electronic items. So page 204 or whatever it was makes no reference to me. Could the questioner just confirm which item he's referring to?
Page 295 refers to the Council's constitution, and page 50 refers also to the Council's constitution. I've got printouts here if you want them.
So what I will just say then, I will happily get back in writing. I mean, the thing I will just reflect on, of course, is what I've just said in regards to the annual accounts that make very clear our successful application of our value for money agenda. And not only now do we have to take into account the value for money agenda for Waverley citizens, we also now have to start thinking about it very soon for the wider unitary. It is, of course, excellent to see you in the chamber, Mr. Bolton, and I will get back to you in due course as to the rest of your question in writing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Helen Grant, do you have a supplementary?
So I'm just going to take it up from the answer, yes? So Liz Townsend's answer that was given to my question is a little bit disingenuous because it makes it sound that all you have to do to take part in the community infrastructure levy review is to send an email, when in fact on the website it requires sending the email with a list of 12 really quite onerous documents that need to accompany that, including proof in the case of agent error of having tried to claim against the agent. Has that now, that particular part, the agent error, been dropped?
Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mrs. Grant, for your supplementary question. I'm sure that there was no meaning to be disingenuous whatsoever. You asked about a form, whether a form was filled in, and as officers have confirmed to me, there isn't a form, which was the substance of your question initially to me. The information on the website is to help people, is to guide people. There's also the ability to contact somebody via that website. And you know that my officers have reached out to several people to guide them through the process. And I think that that's very fair. If people need extra help, of course we'll give it. So, you know, if you need some assistance at all, then please get in touch and officers will be very happy to help you, guide you through it. Thank you.
So do you need to prove
I beg
agent
your pardon,
error?
just one
Well, I
supplementary
did ask it and she
question.
hasn't answered it. I did ask the question and she hasn't answered it.
I beg your pardon, just one supplementary
I
question.
have answered this
and
question
one
on several
answer.
times.
Thank you, thank you. So we move on to agenda item number 6, which is questions by members, and we have 5. As outlined in the 3rd supplementary pack, the response to the last of those has been tabled and published online this evening. So you're all entitled to ask a supplementary question. Councillor Murray, do you have one?
I do, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much. Loud. I thank the portfolio holder for his detailed response, and I would also like to congratulate him on his Damascene-like conversion to progressive politics. With the risk of sounding parochial, I'm aware that the car parking in Brightwells is now open and is being managed by Waverley, after almost a year of it being free, or as you say, subsidised by Surrey taxpayers. You've stated that one of the main costs for running of the car park is to fund security and the maintenance of the green walls on 3 sides of the site. Could the portfolio holder confirm whether this was always the intended use of the revenue from these car parking charges, or if this is a recent addition to the agreement with Crest and Surrey County Council? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Fairclough.
Thank you. And thank you for your supplementary question, Councillor Murray. I'm not absolutely sure I understand what you're saying. I am going to take it that you are saying, were we always aware that these service charges would be in place? And yes, we were always aware that these service charges and the costs that you described were going to be incurred.
Thank you.
Councillor Hess. Nothing. Councillor Austin.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Clark. What is your point of order?
It relates to Procedure Rule 12. And I quote, "A member of the council may ask a question on any matter in relation to which the council has power or duties." The next 5 member questions relate to SIL, which, as the monitoring officer has confirmed on several occasions, is a function and responsibility of the executive and not council. Furthermore, Procedure Rule 12.1.6 states any members may move that matters raised by questions be referred to the executive or another committee. And once seconded, such a motion will be voted on without discussion. So I move that these 5 questions relating to SIL be referred to the next meeting of the Executive Committee, and I believe I have a seconder.
Councillor Beeman to second. One moment.
Yeah, they can. So it needs a vote. It needs a vote, and the vote is whether you're going to refer the supplementary questions to the executive.
Thank you. So if it is the wish of council to refer these to the executive, that can be done. So we have to have a vote whether it is the wish of council to refer these to the executive. Is it the wish of the council?
Point of order. Don't we have to debate? Don't we have to debate this first of all?
This is voted on without discussion. So when the lights show, please vote.
Mine, I had to press mine twice. I had to press mine twice.
Nope.
Thirty-three for 7 abstentions. Sorry. 20 for 1 abstention and 12 against. So it will be referred to the executive, and supplementary questions can be asked there. Okay.
Thank you. So the vote is 24, 7 abstentions and 12 against. So those questions will be referred to the executive, which I believe leaves just one question if there is a supplementary question from Councillor Hussaini, who isn't here. So we move on to agenda item number 7, which is the proposed joint executive committee. Are there any questions on the clarity of this? None. Councillor MacLeod, may I ask you to move the motion, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In introduction, I'll say that I'll be introducing 6 items this evening. They all have certain things in common. They're all recommendations from the Standards Committee to the Council. They're all items that have been fully discussed by the Joint Constitution Review Group, the Waverley and Guildford Joint Constitution Review Group, and by the Standards Committee. So they've all got that in common. So as a lady from Hello used to say, I will say this only once. So, I wonder if people remember that. I don't know whether that joke worked or not. Anyway, to move on to the first item, the proposed Joint Executive Committee. This is a reasonably straightforward item, actually, in that most of the items that we're going to consider, the Council has to decide on, but this is an exception. This item has already been decided on by the executive committees of the 2 councils. They have already agreed to set up a joint executive committee. So I still have to make a recommendation to the council, which is that the council notes the establishment of the new joint executive committee, and that the monetary offer be delegated the authority to make the necessary and consequential amendments to the council's constitution. I think I have a seconder in Councillor Nicholson.
Yes, please to second.
And do you reserve your right to speak?
No, I think this is all rather straightforward, and the point was covered by Councillor MacLeod, so I won't speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As I said in the introduction, this is a very straightforward item. It's all fully explained in the papers. So I don't propose to say any more other than to ask you if you wish to have any form of debate on the issue.
Thank you. Councillor Austin.
Thanks. I mean, I think from our perspective, we're noting this. We are all in agreement that we have shared services, and then therefore there is a requirement for a joint executive committee, and I'm happy to accept the recommendations of the Standards Committee. Just noting that we have yet another committee just prior to the end of this council, and 13.1, clearly this is a copy and paste from Guildford because the wrong date is in. I believe that must be the Guildford meeting because it's the 22nd of October today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Follows.
Just to add, although technically speaking, this is another committee, bearing in mind that for a lot of joint business at the moment, there has to be a Waverley committee and then a Guildford committee scheduled on different nights in a different place. I think the argument about this being additional democratic services work is very much not the correct argument, because actually what this will do is allow joint business to be done together on one night in one place. So it should actually reduce the burden on democratic services and members rather than increase it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? No. So I'll read the recommendation. Oh, I beg your pardon. Councillor MacLeod, do you want a right of reply?
I'm perfectly happy. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll read the recommendation. The recommendation is that Council resolves to note the establishment of the new Joint Executive Committee, and the monitoring officer will be delegated the authority to make the necessary and consequential amendments to the Council's constitution. So when lights show, please vote. That is carried unanimously. Agenda item number 8 is the proposed revised overview and scrutiny committee arrangements. Are there any questions on clarity? No. Councillor MacLeod.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I introduce this item, I would like to move a small amendment, if I may. I would like to move a small alteration to the motion to better reflect the Standards Committee discussion last week. I propose to add the following sentence to point 5 in the joint ONS committee terms of reference. Subject to the total number of opposition members on the council exceeding 10% of the overall membership, the chair of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee shall be nominated by the principal opposition group. This clause is already found in the proposed terms of reference for the non-joint ONS committee. Again, I believe I have a seconder for this motion.
Please to second.
And Councillor Nicholson, are you confirmed that you agree the alteration?
I do agree with the alteration.
Thank you. So we need Council's agreement to accept that alteration. Is that agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. Councillor MacLeod.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This item, as you said, is the proposed revised arrangement for the Overview and Scrutiny Committee arrangements. And if you look at your papers, the supplementary paper, you'll see the full recommendations are under item 2. I don't propose to read them all out. We've got a very long agenda this evening, and I'll just refer to the main issue. The main issue is that the 2 existing Overview and Scrutiny committees are currently constituted be dissolved and replaced by one ONS committee and one joint Overview and Scrutiny committee between Waverley and Guildford Borough Council. That's the main thing that we're due to debate this evening. So again, I believe I have a seconder for the motion.
Please to second the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. So I think I put it back to you, Madam Mayor, for a debate on this issue.
Thank you. And Councillor Nicholson, are you reserving your right to speak?
No, I don't intend to speak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So over to councillors. Councillor Goodridge.
Madam Mayor, I have an amendment which I have given notice to officers first thing this morning, and I'll read it. It's a new recommendation to take place after paragraph 211.
Page.
On the, well, recommendations on page 16, bottom of. And the recommendation, and I have I'll read it first and then I confirm I have a seconder. That the new joint overview and scrutiny committee shall commence and have meetings as soon as practicable. But the new overview and scrutiny committee shall commence after the annual council meeting in May 26. Until May 26 annual council meeting, the two existing overview and scrutiny committees shall continue to meet in accordance with their previously planned timetable of meetings. And I have a seconder.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. So we have an amendment on the table that has been proposed and seconded. Just to point out that if Councillor Goodridge's amendment is supported, there would be some other slightly consequential amendments to later recommendations regarding the appointment of chairs, etc. So we've taken the liberty of drafting that up and we are able to share it on the screen very shortly. Just to bear that in mind, and then we can debate the proposed amendment. Councillor Goodridge, I don't know if you would want to formally acknowledge that you would want to add those consequential bits to your proposed amendment.
I'm sure I would if I knew what they were, but clearly
So if
they need
we-
to make sense as the whole.
Yes, currently in the motion there is a recommendation to appoint a chair and to make appointments to the new committee, and if your motion is carried, that won't be necessary. Hopefully all members can see that on the screen now. So councillors will note that 1.1.2 is that the two existing committees be dissolved and replaced by one committee and one joint committee. Councillor Goodridge is proposing an amendment that the two existing committees go down to one in May of 2026, but that the joint ONS committee is established now. That would have consequential changes to 114, where we have suggested the additional wording of that the change would come into effect from the annual council meeting in May 2026. It would also make a minor change to 1.1.6.
Sorry, excuse me, I've got completely different numbers in the papers in front of me. There's 2.1 point things in here and on page 16 I'm looking at. I'm completely confused by what you're saying there. Could you check, please?
Yeah, it's 1.1.3 where we've added the wording to come into effect from the annual council meeting in May 2026. 1.1.5 no longer needs seats to be allocated to the new ONS committee if council are going to consider not reducing 2 to 1 now. And that 1.1.
Sorry, I don't think you heard.
Councillor Hyman, just change your twos.
So councillors are clear that on the proposed amendment, because Councillor Goodridge is proposing an additional recommendation, it has unfortunately pushed the numbering out. But what we're suggesting is changed is that if councillors agree this evening not to dissolve the two existing committees now and to leave that until May. They will not need to appoint a chair to the one new committee in place of the two, and they will not need to make appointments to the one ONS committee that would replace the existing two. That's the only consequential amendment that we're suggesting. Proposed amendment.
So that proposed amendment is now open to debate. Councillor MacLeod.
Proposer needs to speak.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Goodridge.
I'm most grateful. The amendment is quite simple. It is to start the joint ONS. I accept entirely that a joint ONS needs to be set up straight away if you've got a joint executive, which we've already decided upon, and that should get on with it as soon as it's practicable. In other words, all the paperwork has been sorted. But I do feel that the existing two ONS committees on this council should be should continue until May 26, when the new one takes over. This would be in accordance with all the overview and scrutiny views when consulted, and also in accordance with the views of the Joint Constitutions Committee. I understand that the only reason for abolishing the overview and scrutiny, one of our overview and scrutiny committees, to reduce it to one, is the lack of capacity by democratic services by having an extra committee, and to service that committee. Now, it's been said by the leader that the Joint Executive Committee isn't a new committee. Well, as at before we started this council meeting, we had one executive.
Point of personal explanation. I did not say that.
Well, okay, so we do have one extra committee then for Waverley as a result of item 7. And so it seems that it's okay for the administration to decide to have a new committee, and that the joint executive committee, but it will be at the expense of dropping one of the overview and scrutiny committees. Now, overview and scrutiny, particularly scrutiny, is very important as it puts in place checks and balances on this council. When the cabinet type system was introduced into local government and to this council, overview and scrutiny committees were introduced so that they could be, there could be accountability. It's wrong and shameful to dilute this when dealing with Waverley alone decisions. Also, it's wrong to be told that we haven't got enough staff. The right thing to do is to get more staff rather than diluting democracy. It seems to me that it's the tail wagging the dog. It's not very much extra work for staff. They will still have to prepare reports on all matters that go to overview and scrutiny. We just have the extra meetings, which I think are 4, between now and May. And it should be remembered that all the overview and scrutiny committees were unanimous in wanting to continue to May 26, both on this council and Guildford. And this was a result of consultation. It would appear that the administration are very happy to consult, provided they ensure that the results are binned and they carry on as they originally wanted. And the same goes for the Joint Constitutions Committee. And I should remind you that all those committees were multi-party. it wasn't just the Conservatives that had the majority on any of those. It was the view of all parties that were on those committees. And I would ask you, please, to support democracy and transparency and support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goodridge. Councillor Austin, I think you were wanting to speak. Yeah, I think.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I mean, I completely support this amendment. I am extremely concerned. We are now in the unfair but not unique scenario. The executive completely ignore the overwhelming recommendation of both of our scrutiny committees and of both councils and the Constitutions Committee. And apparently officer capacity is the reason why, but we have the capacity to have a joint executive. Why is it scrutiny that has to suffer here? It feels that it's not being given the priority that it should be, and actually, frankly, at a time when it should be given a lot more priority, given all that's happening with the shared services and with LGR. I note in both of the reports which came to council in agreeing the shared services in the first place, that there was no mention, I've just checked this afternoon, there was no mention of any impact on overview and scrutiny. There was no mention of strain on us officer capacity. And frankly, I mean, what you're saying is there is a cost attached to maintaining the existing scrutiny. Well, there was no mention of that as one of the costs either, direct and indirect costs. So I feel that we were not given, in deciding those shared services, all of the information that we should have been, because that impacts the decision, because it impacts how much scrutiny we're able to perform as a council. So I do completely support it. And given finally that I'm only able to speak once on this item, I also want to just comment that if we do go down the road of having this new overview and scrutiny committee, I've just looked at the nominations tonight. Now I see that we have now, there was a aligned independent seat that was to be nominated, and that seat has also been nominated to a Liberal Democrat. So we're talking 6 Liberal Democrats, 3 Farnham residents and 3 Conservatives. Scrutiny is about scrutinising the decisions of the executive. It is not about just giving them a free pass. And I'm sorry, I really think that we should be giving one of those seats to the non-aligned independent. There's all the more reason for us to continue on as we are for now, as far as I'm concerned. I overwhelmingly support Councillor Goodridge's amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Putting the politics and the detail of the report to one side, you only have to read an agenda of an ONS committee and observe an ONS committee to realise the amount of work that has to be done. And I can see a terrific logjam if we go from 2 to 1. So I would support the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Follows, and then.
I think Councillor Long was before me.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we all acknowledge the need for a joint ONS to oversee the new joint executive. And we have been hearing a lot recently about the overstretched democratic services. Much of the work, so I would also like to add that I sit on the Standards Committee, and we discussed this in that committee. And I said very much what I'm going to say now there as well. Much of the work of the executive between now and May relates to joint matters, and therefore it will be the joint overview and scrutiny committee that is hardest at work. We've talked about the fact that democratic services are currently overstretched, and having 5 committees rather than 3 will add to that burden. The joint executive, by contrast, will streamline the work that goes to that is required by democratic services. Councillor Goodridge suggested that if democratic services are overstretched, then we should simply get more staff. But it's difficult to recruit in the last days of a council when job security for those new recruits will be uncertain. So it is my view that we need to have the joint committee straight away, but that we should also remove the single, streamline the individual ONS committees from 2 to 1 in each council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Long. Apologies, I didn't see your hand. Councillor Follows.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I mean, in one of my other hats, I'm a Surrey County Councillor, and we all enjoy at Surrey how the select committees are chaired by the administration. So it's always quite difficult to take lectures on democracy from people in this room who support that version of events over in another place not too far from here. I also reflect on a time when John Ward was leader of the council and I was deputy leader of the council, and actually just a little bit before that, when we were both in opposition, and Waverley had 4 planning committees and a joint planning committee and 4 overview and scrutiny committees, which is something like 400% more than almost any other council had in the country. And I know the bricks that were lobbed at both of us for having the audacity to suggest that maybe some efficiency and streamlining in our council wasn't the worst idea in the world. And of course, both of us were here when there were 57 members of Waverley Borough Council, and something like, bearing in mind that council, just as this one, has to follow the law that sets the proportionality rules. Let's just remind ourselves that that's actually set by national legislation. So when somebody's critiquing the amount of members of a particular party that are on there, that is a function of the proportionality of the council. Let's remember that when we were in the old order back before 2019, that there were, what, John, was it 50 members of the Conservative Party here? So for about, well, until some of them moved for various reasons that I'm sure you're more aware of than most, Peter. And before I joined the august ranks of this council when the Mayor of Godalming was arrested, we had some changes. And of course, that was majority dominated by the party in control. And of course, as much as that grated, and it did, it was simply a function of the proportionality rule. So please don't levy that as a critique at the administration for following the law. It's one of the things that not only are we inclined to do as the administration, but we are in fact also obliged to do as well, and our officers are obliged to enforce. In terms of scrutiny and whether it will suffer, I think as Councillor Long has pointed out, the joint executive process does in fact streamline the process of democratic services. It reduces duplication. What I would highlight is that the pressures on democratic services, whether we like them or not, are a reality. And they're a reality that is not going to improve because of LGR. As Councillor Long has said, trying to hire people in that climate is incredibly difficult. Trying to hire fixed-term people in almost any department has been made materially harder because of an LGR process that nobody on the administration bench has triggered. So we're having to adapt to this as best we can. The other thing I would also mention is that the next 12 months are likely to see the vast majority of the joint working that we're likely to need to do. Now, bearing in mind the final clause of the original terms of reference, which effectively allows LGR quite reasonably to be part of this discussion, joint working is going to include all of the current and future shared services, as well as the LGR discussions that hit the executive and ONS level before they come to council. So we're talking about quite a lot of business. I think an initial triage is showing something like 1/3 plus of business to likely be subject to the joint executive rather than an individual sovereign executive. So the reason that the Standards Committee reviewed this and set aside some of the comments that had been made previously, which they didn't do lightly, there was a very decent and long debate at Standards, I was there to observe it myself, was that they factored in the reality of the recruitment issues that we have in democratic services, the reality of the work pipeline that will be mostly coming to the joint executive, and the reality that unlike the joint executive, maintaining 2 scrutiny committees in both places is in fact creating unnecessary pressure and strain on the committee structures of this council. Don't get me wrong, I'm not often thrilled about the fact that we've got these issues in democratic services, but they are a reality and I urge members not to ignore them. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Weldon, and then Councillor Hyman.
I'll be pretty brief. I just want to go back
to the last ONS meeting I attended, ONS Resources, where indeed I support the observations of Councillor Clark and Councillor Goodrich. There was a clear feeling that combining both the existing committees in one meeting is going to put enormous pressure on us trying just to get through the business in the time available. So I support the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Hyman.
Thank you. Well, it's understandable that members of the executive want less scrutiny, but quite frankly, what do our residents want? Is there a single resident, do you think, out there in Waverley who thinks there should be less scrutiny of what this council is doing? And particularly over the years as it's dismantled and
Points of personal explanation. No, nobody on the executive has said they want less scrutiny. Certainly not I or Councillor Long, the only members of the executive who have spoken on the subject so far.
But he said point of. May I continue?
You may continue.
Thank you. What we need is the freedom to ask questions and get answers to the questions. Well, we may not be able to get that necessarily, but overview and scrutiny is at least the best place for us to be able to try. I'm often not allowed in the meetings, we're not allowed to speak. Obviously, I've given the wrong codes to get in, so I can't attend and that sort of thing. It all seems to happen every meeting these days. But this is about optics. What does this look like to our residents if we're removing scrutiny, we're removing the checks and balances of something which is intended to save a lot of money by improving decision making? That's what scrutiny is about. It's asking the important questions that stop us from making mistakes and can save millions of pounds if the executive were to listen and if other members of the council weren't to play politics all the time. If we were doing things properly here, Madam Mayor, then we certainly wouldn't be thinking twice about this. We would be going along with Councillor Goodrich. I haven't always in the past, but I support his amendments on this. I don't see any reason why. Cost cutting. I mean, the idea that we cannot have the level of scrutiny. We need more, not less. We can't have even the level we've got on residents' behalf. Just because it's difficult to recruit or something like that, well, overcome it. You're here to serve the councillors and the councillors are here to serve the residents. And everything I've heard so far is, I just think it's a disgrace, actually, the arguments that some people are putting forward to not ask questions, not allow questions to be asked. We've heard that this evening and now, yes. I mean, we've got, I know there's an awful lot of stuff to be scrutinised. And quite frankly, if you want to go ahead and do this, just give us one absolute assurance that from now on, we're going to get answers to the questions that we ask. Not responses to something else, answers to the questions that we ask, and that we can hold people accountable and responsible. Because that's what we don't have here, and I suppose it doesn't matter if we've got no ONS committees or if we've got 100, because if we can't get a straight answer to a straight question in this place, what's the point? We've got a duty here, I've got a duty, and I'm going to be voting in favour of this amendment because, quite frankly, you know, it's the benefit of scrutiny that we should be looking at, not the cost. There isn't really a cost to it. The cost of not having scrutiny, it's East Street, it's 69 High Street, it's everything that goes wrong with this council, all the big projects.
Thank you. Councillor Liz Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I can appreciate why, you know, the reason for bringing this forward. However, I would urge members to think we've got a lot of joint services now, and the reason for changing things is that those joint services and decision making needs to be scrutinised, and that has to be done by a joint committee. And it's only right that we should set up a joint committee to look at those, and then to reduce down. It's a fact, unfortunately, and it's not a fact that we relish. But unfortunately, it's really difficult to get staff. And to be honest, I know you're looking down, Councillor Austin, but to be honest, and this is true, Surrey County Council pushed through local government reorganisation. It's really unsettled officers, the short timescale that we've been pushed into means that it's not really an attractive prospect to come and work for a council which won't be here in, in another 2 years' time, just over a year's time. So it is true, there's a real problem with recruitment, and we have to allocate our resources to the areas we can. And far from being, stopping scrutiny, I'm a really big supporter of scrutiny. And to be honest, I've been quite disappointed with the level of scrutiny I've seen in the committees. I have. I was on scrutiny when we used to have working parties. We used to call witnesses in. We used to go out into the community. We used to meet people. We met tenants. I've been really disappointed with what the scrutiny committees have been doing recently. But not to say that, I still welcome the scrutiny of those committees. But I think it is important to cut our cloth. And we have to realise that, unfortunately, we cannot man all of these scrutiny committees, go through local government reorganisation and all of the other projects, local plan, all of the other things that this council is trying to move through. And we have a very tight timescale. And to be honest, we're being unrealistic and disingenuous to our residents to actually, sort of push forward the fact that we've got to recruit, we've got to cover these at any cost, we've got to recruit at any cost. We can't do that, okay? And I think, everybody knows the problems that we've had in planning, trying to recruit people. It's been really difficult because of the length of time that Waverley will be here as a local planning authority. So please, let's have a real good think about this, but let's think about it on the facts that lay before us, not on, feeling, emotion, whatever, the facts that lay before us. And you know what? With questions, like some of the questions about, you could come to me and ask me. I've never had an email from any of you guys direct to me asking questions about topics that come up in meetings. So please email me, speak to me. I'm quite happy to answer questions. And also I'm quite happy to come to scrutiny and be a witness at scrutiny, which I have come and I have been not allowed to speak, even though I knew the answers to the questions and I could have imparted that knowledge. You may not have liked it, absolutely your choice, but I could have imparted that knowledge at the time. So let's be fair. If you're going to want more scrutiny, it's got to be good scrutiny. Otherwise, there is no point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gale.
Took me by surprise. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be supporting Councillor Goodrich's amendment because I was at the last ONS resources meeting and we did vote at that meeting to keep the existing committees. I agree that there's going to need to be a joint overview and scrutiny once we have a joint executive. However, for the meantime, I think there's a lot of work still going on in the scrutiny committees we have. I'd just like to say a couple of things because Councillor Townsend has just reminded me actually, at the last overview and scrutiny resources meeting, we had 3 members of the executive sitting in there, one typed all the way through it. Another prompted members to ask questions, which I think was really not on. And they had a presence in the room, which I felt was a little intimidating. I do agree they should be there and they should be listening, but it did feel quite intimidating, to be honest. So that's one thing. And I'd like to pick up on what the leader actually said about proportionality. Councillor Austin mentioned that the nominations for Overview and Scrutiny Committee under the new joint whatever, and she actually picked up on the fact that the Green and Aligned Independent Group have nominated a Liberal Democrat. Now, that's not proportionality. That's not proportionality from the government or by law, because we do not have a proportionate amount of people on that committee now. We are actually over-subscribed with Liberal Democrats, unless, of course, Councillor Steiger wants to wear a different colour hat when he's in the room, but I doubt that will happen. So on those points, I'd just like to make a point there, because if you over-subscribe the administration into these overview and scrutiny committees, you're actually marking your own homework. And I don't think that's right. I wasn't allowed to do it at school, and I don't think we should do it here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barker-Lomax.
Thank you. Yes, I support the amendment. I'm second. So I was just about to say I second the amendment and support it. And I wanted to add that there's already a threat to scrutiny by virtue of the proposed proportions on the joint ONS committee, namely 5 of the 6 joint ONS seats are from the administration coalition, meaning that scrutiny is not functionally independent of the administration. I understand that there are rules relating to proportionality, notwithstanding that WBC choose to discount the proportions of the non-aligned independents. However, I would
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Can you stop interrupting? You keep interrupting.
And your point
It's
of order
just bullying at
is?
this
My point of
stage.
order is in
No,
regards
wait a
to,
minute.
my point of order is in regards to the Local Government Act, in that it's just been implied that we are choosing to pick and choose those rules when in fact they are set by law.
Yes, well, if you'd let me finish,
One
I'll
moment,
explain.
one moment, one moment.
And I'm about to
one
explain my
moment,
question.
One moment.
He keeps interrupting.
One
It's
moment. He
intimidating.
raised a point of order. I'm going to check that. One moment. Councillor Barker-Lomax, you have heard the point of order and you may continue.
Thank you. However, I would question how we ensure that the proposed proportions of political parties on the joint ONS committee will satisfy statutory guidance on overview and scrutiny in local and combined authorities, paragraph 29, which states that authorities should ensure that scrutiny membership enables a range of political voices and perspectives to be heard, particularly from outside the executive.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Before I address the substance of what is a very important issue, and it's an issue around scrutiny, it's an issue around accountability, and I do want to address that. I will, however, respond, I think, to some of the comments that have been made by Councillor Gale and actually by Councillor Austin as well, in relation to recent nominations of the Green and Aligned Independent Group. I do think it is inappropriate for the leader of a political group on this council, namely Councillor Austin, to actually call into question the nomination of another political group. I have made a nomination on behalf of a group in the proper constitutional way in accordance with the rules of this council, and I do think it's inappropriate for another member to question that nomination constitutionally. Addressing what I think is a very important, significant issue, which is an issue about scrutiny and it's an issue about accountability. I think it is very clear that nobody in this chamber, I believe, is arguing for less scrutiny. I would be very much in favour of arguing for more scrutiny and more effective scrutiny. And effective scrutiny does not necessarily mean that you have to have 2 scrutiny committees. I would like to draw the attention of those who have been suggesting that there is somehow an attempt to, if you like, restrict accountability and restrict scrutiny on this council. Just draw members' attention to Article 6 of the Constitution, which states very clearly that overview and scrutiny committees will decide their own work programme and working arrangements subject to any directions by the Council and inclusion of matters referred to by the leader, executive, portfolio holder, will decide their own work programme. In other words, the effectiveness of an overview and scrutiny committee is dependent on the members of that overview and scrutiny committee and the direction of the chair of that overview and scrutiny committee.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the case for change is there, but I think that should be made at the time of the next full council in terms of making a change to our existing overview and scrutiny committees. I can accept that at that time, when many councillors will be elected to a new unitary council, and it'll be a shadow authority, and presumably that shadow authority will set up its own overview and scrutiny committees. And it seems to me a reasonable time to make this change of diminishing the normal ONS work of this council. That is the time when we should make that change. And I think it's wrong halfway through or 2/3 of the way through this year to make the changes that are proposed. I'm perfectly happy to see an additional committee being added, and I think that's perfectly reasonable, especially as we have a joint executive now. I'm not arguing with that, but the existing business goes on with the budget, housing, environment, car parks, property, quarterly reporting, commercial services, all of those things continue. And the workload of the existing committees is pretty high, and I think it's wrong to try and diminish that. And indeed, in answer to Councillor Williams, all four of the overview and scrutiny committees of both Guildford and Waverley considered the points that he was making and want to continue with 2 overview and scrutiny committees meeting for the remainder of this year in line with the existing timetable of meetings. I think that was quite clear. I hear what councillors Townsend and Long and the leader say about recruitment. Well, it's interesting, of course, if the process had taken 2 or 3 years for the LGR to take place, we would have had this recruitment problem for 2 or 3 years, not the amount of time that we have now. So somehow or other, the recruitment is always the most important thing when it comes into the area of overview and scrutiny. I think that's wrong. We should not be dictated to in this way of saying we should reduce our existing overview and scrutiny committee during the course of this year because of the difficulty of workload. Workload difficulties are there all over the place. And I think it's wrong that we should be highlighting just the overview and scrutiny committees. So I strongly support this amendment in line with what the overview and scrutiny committee said, which says for the rest of this year we should continue unchanged. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also like to support the recommendation. The leader, if I'm not 100% sure, I know it's been a little while ago, but he said that the new joint executive would probably take on 1/3 of the workload for the new, for the joint services decisions and scrutiny for that. So I'm just wondering then why is the scrutiny committees being reduced by half? Not just by 1/3. So we've still got 2/3 of the work still going through the joint to that single ONS committee. So that for me is difficult. I'm a member of the ONS and I absolutely agree that the workload, people who are on ONS, they know the workload involved and it's not going to go down. And as Councillor Williams said, was that it's up to the work to the chair and the committee, which would be left over to decide how they manage their workload. So they could decide, well, we're going to have to work twice as hard, and they could have twice as many meetings over the next 3 months. That will not, if they decide to do that, then the workload for the officers will be exactly the same as if we had 2. So I don't see, that's what they could do. If that's what you're suggesting, I don't see the workload going down in the next 3 months up to May. I think it will be the same. And I've been on both of those committees, and I've been a substitute on resources and services, and they work just as hard. And the amount of work involved, I don't think it's going to go down as much as we think. And if the government next week decide there ain't going to be an LGR, then that's also not going to make a big difference to what the thing is going on. So I support the recommendation as well as all the other ONS members did here and at Guildford.
Thank you. We have 2 other speakers, Councillor Spence and then Councillor Ken Reid. And then we're coming back to you. Councillor Spence.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Most of the speakers here have been talking about the importance of scrutiny, and I absolutely concur that we have to have robust scrutiny in this council. However, this amendment has been phrased on the fact that the proposal is reducing the amount of scrutiny that is going to be available. I'd like to draw members' attention to the terms of reference that are put in here and just point out two things. On clause 4.1, on page 37, there will normally be at least 7 ordinary meetings of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee in each municipal year. Well, I think I've done my sums correctly. I think there have been 12 meetings of the 2 separate committees in the last year. And we're hearing that perhaps a third of the work is now going to be go to the joint committee. So I don't see that as particularly reducing scrutiny. But more importantly, it then goes on to say, in addition, special meetings may be called if appropriate, including meetings to consider matters called into committee. And then clause 4.3. A meeting of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee may be called by the chair and vice chair if they consider it necessary or appropriate. And of course, the chair is nominated by the leader of the opposition. So to suggest that this is reducing scrutiny, it will only reduce scrutiny if the chairs and the members of this committee choose to have less scrutiny. So I'm going to oppose this motion, this amendment, because I think it's unnecessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ken Reid.
Madam Mayor, Councillor Spence has very eloquently said more or less what I'm going to say. So I'm going to comply with your request at the beginning of the meeting and not repeat what he's just said, but just to add one thing, and that is that the amendment proposes that we stick with the 2 committees until next May. What's going to happen after that? But in essence, as Councillor Spence has explained, there is no need to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor MacLeod.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was saying in the introduction to my remarks that I've got a great deal of respect for the opinion of Councillor Goodrich on constitutional matters. He's a very valuable member of the Joint Constitutional Review Group and of the Standards Committee, and he regularly introduces amendments, and they're pretty well, as far as I can recall, all been accepted and passed, and so on and so forth. But the amendment he's introducing here, he also introduced at the simultaneous meeting of the Guildford and Waverley Standards Committees, and it was debated by both Standards Committees. And I'll refer first of all to the Guildford side. The Guildford side unanimously were not interested in this amendment at all. They're very happy with the proposal that came from the officers of the Joint Committee and the single committee at Guildford. I think Councillor Martin said that Guildford had a different opinion, but that is certainly not what came from the Guildford Standards Committee at the simultaneous meeting. In terms of our committee, it was fully debated. Councillor Goodrich's motion was fully debated, and the motion was lost, actually. Only 2 members supported it, Councillor Goodrich himself and Councillor Barker Lomax. All of the rest of the Standards Committee, and they're recommending this evening, supported the recommendations in front of you. In terms of my own opinion, I'm as interested in scrutiny as anybody else. I was chairman of a scrutiny committee when we were a relatively small opposition, and it's a very interesting and effective thing to do. So I'm totally in favour of scrutiny, but I'm also in favour here of simplicity, actually. I think we have to say, first of all, that the recommendation that came to the Standards Committee came from the officers. It's not a political thing. They're unbiased people. They're recommending this, and it's not just, in my opinion, because of the extra workload it would bring to the officers. There'd be a problem with councillors as well. In the period that we're about to enter, there's going to be a lot of new committees set up. I don't think there's any chance, by the way, of LGR not happening in some shape or form. Whatever the announcement is going to be, whether it's 3 or 2, it's not going to be cancelled. So that LGR thing is going to go ahead. There's going to be a lot of joint committees set up between Surrey and the various boroughs. It's going to take a lot of time for councillors. It's going to take a lot of time for officers. And if I can also refer to the fact that I remember, and it was an early issue when I first became chairman of the Standards Committee, there was a great deal of emotion about coming down on the number of planning committees, and people said it was terrible to come down to one from the 3 or 4 or 5 or however many we used to have over the years. And it's worked extremely well, the single planning committee. And this single planning scrutiny committee on the Waverley side and on the Guildford side, there'd also be the joint committee, which would be considering a lot of the items that affect both councils. And that's where the efficiency comes in. You put all the items that affect both councils to the joint committee, and the committee at Waverley, the committee at Guildford deals with Guildford only matters or Waverley only matters. I think my time is running out, Madam Mayor. So I actually, I'm afraid I would not normally do this, but I have to oppose Councillor Goodrich's amendment on this occasion and recommend people not to vote for it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Goodrich.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One difference between Waverley and Guildford is that Guildford members of the Standards Committee made it clear that they had problems in getting councillors to fill all the places on overview and scrutiny, which doesn't apply here. I'm very grateful to Councillor Follows mentioning that we had 4 overview and scrutiny committees once, and that was because when the Conservatives were in power, they considered overview and scrutiny important and therefore ensured that the opposition parties had a proper say. And I've always felt that making any decisions on a council, you put yourself in the position of the opposing party and ask yourself, would I feel comfortable with this? And certainly I would have hoped that Councillor Follows would have felt that this was an uncomfortable situation if he was in our position. I'm only talking about 6 months until May. And of course, all the joint committees referred to by Councillor MacLeod between the county and so on, a lot of the LGR stuff will be after May. Also, mention is made that it is thought that very soon a lot of the joint, a lot of the services we currently provide will be joint. Well, as Councillor Martin has made clear, there's an awful lot of things that will still remain Waverley. All the projects, I mean, look at the agenda tonight. All that lot is stuff at the end of our agenda, all stuff that's Waverley, not joint. And so I would be very surprised, to be honest, that there's going to be a great flow of work coming from our overview and scrutiny committees as they are now to the joint. I think they're still going to get the work that they've got now, but the joint committee will have extra stuff that hasn't been considered up to now. So I do feel very strongly that and I'm most grateful to the 5 councillors who are not members of my party who are supporting, who have spoken to support this. And quite rightly, as Councillor, I think it was Weldon said, the workload at the moment on each of the overview and scrutiny committees is quite high. And that is the view that they have. And I hope that we would take notice of the consultation that the administration has carried out, which says unanimously that they wish the overview and scrutiny committees to continue until May 2026. And I therefore have pleasure in putting the motion. Thank you. The amendment.
Thank you. So, members, we are now voting on the amendment. Councillor Reid.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry for interrupting, but could I ask for a clarification on who is going to be allowed to vote on this amendment, because I know that one member entered the chamber after Councillor Goodrich had started speaking.
Thank you very much, Councillor Reid. I asked that question myself, and it was decided that that member can vote because he was here for the entire debate. Okay. So, members, we are voting on the amendment. When your lights show, please vote. Councillor Rivers.
I'm afraid your consort is entirely stupid and I pressed the wrong button. I am not voting in favour of the amendment. My apologies.
Vote again.
We will take that vote again. You just can't get the staff. Thank you. The result of that vote is very close. There were 18 in favour of the amendment, 1 abstention and 19 against the amendment. So we now go back to the substantive motion. And we're open to debate.
Yes.
And we are open to debate that. Councillor Follows.
I think most of the primary debate has been had through that amendment process, but I did just want to comment on one thing that Councillor Goodrich concluded with. He said that after May would be when most of the LGR committees would take place. That's demonstrably false.
Councillor Austin, you have a point of order?
I thought a councillor was only allowed to speak once on the item.
This is now, well, nobody.
So you can speak again?
No, nobody has spoken on the actual substantive motion.
So, but I thought it was for the whole thing. You're only allowed to
No,
speak
so
once.
that was the amendment,
So you
and
could,
now
I could
it's-
speak again now then?
You can.
Okay.
Sorry, yes, just to be clear, the point that Councillor Goodrich finished with was demonstrably false. I mean, bearing in mind that we're expecting the structural change order from the government as soon as next week, the draft order that is, the intention of the government has been made very clear to all 12 leaders and chief executives that the intention is that we would set up informal joint committees in advance of the formal order being put before the House of Commons, which means we would need to set them up probably as soon as November or December. So this business that we would be waiting till May to do most of the LGR business. No, after May, that's when the shadow authority will be dealing with most of the LGR business. Waverley's input into the pre-LGR business is primarily during this phase, which is why most of that business will go to the joint ONS and then, well, the joint executive and therefore the joint ONS. So I do think that, I mean, I know that was a close vote and I know that it's a lot of emotion on the subject of scrutiny. And I do want to associate myself with the comments of Councillor Spence in particular, because I think that sums up my view that actually scrutiny is open still through the clauses of this. But I think I'll just use the last point of my time just to make a plea, really. The purpose of scrutiny, as outlined in our constitution, and in particularly within how the law is drafted, is to actually have an engaging process. And I know that I and other members of the executive have many times come to ONS with the expectation that it effectively act like a select committee, because of course that's what the process is envisaged to be. And instead, what we get is a conversation between the members of ONS, usually via the chair, and officers. And often the exec member will be ignored or worse, sometimes belittled, mocked, commented about, but without the ability to speak. There have been times where several of us have been sitting there with the ability to answer the question and been basically told that we can't speak. Now, the reason that 3 of us turned up to ONS Resources last week is because we're kind of getting a bit fed up, actually, of getting recommendations that are either unlawful, random, don't make sense without any context, that we need to challenge that. So actually, the executive here, far from wanting to avoid scrutiny, is really trying to encourage you to follow the spirit of what the law intends scrutiny to be. Engage us in the process, ask us for evidence, summon us to a committee, ask us some questions about things in our brief, actually scrutinise us. That's what we really want you to do. So irrelevant of how this process goes, and I think we've got a process that is going to come before us in a minute for a vote, but I think aside from that, we want to be scrutinised properly by this chamber. Please do that. Invite us in, engage with us properly, and we will be constructive and reasonable. What we won't be is reasonable if we're sitting there with the answer and you've gone to the officer, whether they know the answer or not. When we will have to register to speak on every single item, because we know if we don't do that, you will ignore us, and worse than politic from the chair or from some of the other members' positions. So I know this is going to be a controversial debate. I knew in advance it was going to be a controversial debate. That's why I went to every single meeting that discussed it. But please use this opportunity to be constructive with the executive and engage with us and scrutinise us properly. And we will be there. We will turn up. We will answer your questions. We will do our very best as elected members to serve you and the residents of Waverley. But you can't do that by completely ignoring us from the process. That's why we have to go and raise points of order. That's why I have to research my constitutional and legal rights, so you don't completely sideline us in the chamber. That's why we've looked intimidating. It's not how we wish to be. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Point of order, Madam Mayor, if I may.
What is your point of order?
The procedure rules used to, and really I suppose I'm asking if the monitoring officer will confirm that it's still the case, that used to be that overview and scrutiny, members of the executive were not allowed to attend unless they were invited to attend to answer questions of the committee, and they were not able to speak freely, and that overview and scrutiny was not meant to be under the control of the executive in any means at all, that they could attend if they were invited along.
Thank you, Councillor Hyman. One moment.
And is that still the case?
One moment.
Has it changed?
Yeah. Through you, Madam Mayor, I haven't got the opportunity, unless you want to adjourn, to actually look up the rules now to advise council, but it is fundamental to the role of the executive that they are present at overview and scrutiny meetings, and it is a role of overview and scrutiny members to be able to hold them to account and ask them questions in that forum. So I'd be very surprised if our rules don't provide for them to have a right to attend those meetings. So I don't believe that that's a valid point of order to be accepted in this meeting.
Can we check that after the meeting, please?
I'm sure that will be checked. Councillor Austin.
Thank you. I'm speaking to the original motion. I will be voting against this for the reasons that we've set out in the amendment. I don't think right now is the appropriate forum for us to talk about, have a big battle about scrutiny, but I do, on behalf, as chair of the Overview and Scrutiny Resources Committee, I see the work cross-party that they all do, and I think it's fantastic, and they work incredibly hard, and they do come forward with valid and important recommendations, and to suggest otherwise, I find disrespectful. So I am speaking up for my group on that behalf and on their behalf. And I would just say Councillor Coburn as well has done some really important scrutiny this year. I think scrutiny is incredibly important. And as chair, someone who is learning the art of scrutiny, I am learning just how important it is. I genuinely, Councillor Follows and I think we've been in different meetings because I don't recognise any of his comments. I just ask him to be respectful to members of Overview and Scrutiny Resources and Services. Thank you for all of the work that you do. Finally, I'd just like to clarify, of course, it is not Surrey County Council. It's so boring that I have to say this. It is not Surrey County Council who are deciding how many unitaries there are or this process for LGR. It is the Labour government. It is terrible that I have to even say that right now.
Point of personal explanation, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
I did not say that the Conservative administration of the County Council and ordered Liz Townsend that they were making that decision, merely that they entered into the process to activate it, which is provenly true.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? I don't see any other speakers, so Councillor MacLeod, back to you.
As the leader said, I think it's been very well debated in the amendment, so I think we should move to the vote, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Given that it's 8:35, I won't read the entire recommendation, but you do have it in front of you, and I'm sure you have already read it. So it is as it was originally. So when the lights show, please vote. I beg your pardon, it is subject to the alteration seconded and agreed. And agreed, yeah.
Could you
So-
remind us of that, please?
Yes, yes. Proposed by Councillor MacLeod and seconded by Councillor Nicholson. Thank you. Yes, if you'd like to.
Just to clarify through you, Madam Mayor, it's the recommendation as set out in your papers, subject to the alteration that was made by Councillor MacLeod when he moved the original motion and which Council agreed to.
So the motion is carried. I beg you, do you want to speak now, Councillor
Yeah,
MacLeod?
thank you, Madam Mayor. I found on my table when I arrived nominations for the committees, and it refers to it as being in relation to item 8. So do we have to vote this evening? Can I ask that question on the nominations for the committees?
So to be clear, that is one of the recommendations that you are now voting on. So the
Yeah.
So
have voted, the
we've
vote
already
has been
voted on it.
cast and
Thank
have
you.
voted on the nominations in accordance with those on the table in front of you.
So I'll let you know the vote. It was 21 for, 2 abstentions and 15 against. Okay. Now, would people like a short 5-minute break now? We'll have a 5-minute break now. Please take your seats. Please take your seats, councillor Merriweather.
Now what are we doing?
Please take your seats. I have hammered the gavel. Councillor Dinas, Councillor Raleen, we are restarting.
Sit down. Sit down, Kevin.
Thank you. When you're ready, gentlemen. We come to agenda item number 9, the proposed Joint Standards Committee. Are there any questions on clarity? None. Thank you. Councillor MacLeod.
Thank you again, Madam Mayor. As you said, this proposal is that the two councils form a joint standards committee. At the moment, how it tends to operate is we have simultaneous meetings of the two committees at the same time, and that works effectively in the sense that it keeps the two councils in line. But it's a very clunky procedure, actually. The committee has to spend most of its time listening to the two chairmen passing things between each other. So a single committee is going to be a great deal more effective. And I doubt if this will be controversial, but basically that is the recommendation to council, that we set up a joint standards committee. I won't read all the recommendations, they're all set out in your papers. Thank you, Matt. And again, I think I have a seconder.
Yes, thank you. Please a second. And I agree with Councillor MacLeod. This is which will streamline the system. It will be an improvement.
And you're reserving your right to speak, should you? Thank you. So, Councillor Austin.
Thank you. I mean, I think in principle that these are fine. I note relief from those who have been attending those simultaneous meetings that they no longer have to do that. Cheers.
No other speakers? Councillor MacLeod.
I don't think I need to say any more, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will move to the vote when lights show. You have the recommendation in front of you. That is carried unanimously. Thank you. And agenda item number 10, the Executive Working Group's protocol. Are there any issues, questions of clarity? Councillor MacLeod.
Thank you again, Madam Mayor. The recommendations are again very clearly set out on page 62 of the supplementary agenda. The council is asked to approve the suggested amendments to the Executive Working Group protocol. So that again, I think I have a seconder.
Yes, please a second.
And you reserve your right to speak if you want to. Councillor MacLeod.
No one wishes to speak. Okay, well, sorry, I have no more to say, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Open to debate. Councillor Austin.
Thank you. I think this is mainly semantics. The changes here, just a bit of rejigging. I know it's probably just to align between councils of Waverley and Guildford, I'm presuming, the reason for it. There's only one thing that I noticed, which I think leaves us in a worse position than we are right now, which is 6.2. The previous minutes, the previous comment was other councillors may attend as observers, and now with the agreement of the chair has been inserted. I feel that leaves us in a less advantageous position for all other councillors and backbenchers, those not on the executive. I mean, we are able to attend executive meetings, and so I believe that should be removed. So I would like to propose a vote on the removal of with the agreement of the chair. Oh, yeah. Who would like to second? It's 6.2, page 68. Okay, so where it says other councillors may attend as observers, I would like with the agreement of the chair removed. That's a qualification that I'd like removed.
Thank you. So that is a proposal for an amendment which has been seconded. Now we can debate that. Councillor Follows.
Okay, so just a couple of things that were mentioned at the beginning. So as some of this is to align with Guildford. That's only because Guildford have brought this in as a concept as well. We've obviously been running executive working groups in some form for some time. The purpose of that clause is because there are some elements of executive business that we have to discuss as an executive or with advice to the executive and the executive only. If that then results in papers that go to formal executive, obviously they are then produced in exempt, if that's the sort of business we're talking about, and exempt material is of course accessible to councillors. There has to be some flex, I think, in this. And I think in the case of business on executive working groups that is broadly for all members, I can't see any reason why the chair won't be giving agreement, but there are portions, I mean, the executive working groups do also have to function for their actual aim, which is to support the ability of the executive to do its work, to advise on policy. And sometimes we have to do that as an executive. I'm sure there are not subgroups of the Cabinet of the United Kingdom, which Kemi Badenoch is invited into to have a little chat and see what's going on behind the scenes. I think this is a reasonable expectation of what these groups are for, to do the work that it's actually meant to do as outlined in other elements of the terms of reference and indeed the covering report. So I think it's a little bit of a pointless amendment in the fact that it completely undermines a lot of the purpose of executive working groups. I mean, what you'll effectively cause is we will just have to have sections where we have our exec briefing and we'll go and have a different type of meeting. And it won't be subject to the same procedural rules that you've got here. So I think this would be a retrograde step. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any other speakers? So Councillor MacLeod, would you like to write a reply, please? Beg your pardon, there is another speaker. Two speakers, Councillor Weldon and Councillor Hyman.
Thank you. I have no objection to the main thrust of this, but I have a simple question of grammar. In paragraph 1.1, executive working groups,
Councillor Weldon, I'm not speaking on the amendment. Councillor Hyman.
Sorry, are we speaking on the amendment? Did you say?
Sorry.
Or we're not? We're only speaking on the amendment. Okay, thank you. Just a simple matter of, I mean, we've just been through this for half an hour, but the issues of scrutiny. We don't have a lot of scrutiny. The council isn't going to be here for long. I don't really see why we shouldn't be open and allow backbenchers, other members to observe, to enable us to at least scrutinise what's going to be coming forward and make everybody's job easier. I don't see why we have to be doing secrecy, and you know, it's not as though really. I mean, I think what the executive would like to have is somewhere where people can speak completely freely and not be quoted and the rest. Well, great, okay, we'll have Chatham House rules where any observers are not able to identify who said what. They can simply identify what people said unless it's exempt or whatever. But I don't see any reason why we should be going down the secrecy route at this stage of Waverley's existence. We've got to be seen to be open, above, doing everything above board, and not trying to con anybody into anything, not trying to throw money away whilst we've still got it rather than give it to Woking. You know, all the things that other councils are going to be a bit naughty about and doing, and we've got to be seen to be doing the right thing. We should just be open about everything. Why on earth should we not allow other members, councillors, who we're all meant to be trusted here to be able to observe the requirements of the law in terms of exempt information. So why should we have to ask someone's permission to be able to find out what's going on? We've got a lot of changes going on. Scrutiny would be so much easier. Council life would be so much easier for all of us if we weren't stopped from knowing what was going on by people who think that keeping the information to themselves is power. Well, it's not. It's not in the interests of our residents. I think that this amendment here is in the best interest of our amendments. It's very simple.
Thank you, Councillor Hyman.
Thank you.
Are there any other speakers? Councillor Townsend.
Just to clarify, I mean, my SIL review and reform is cross-party. So they have representatives there from all the parties. The SIL spend is a cross-party group as well. And also we have the environment group, which has also members from outside on it, you know, not necessarily councillors. Can't think of another executive working group that we've got at the moment. I'm looking at Alex, he's shaking his head. So I think that, you know, there are already cross-party groups. And the point of practicality is, whilst it doesn't say, you know, with the agreement of the chair, I'm sure that, you know, that would be fine. But sometimes for practicalities, we're in those tiny little rooms and it would be very impractical if we had lots of councillors turning up, literally from a point of view of logistics. I think that, you know, we have cross-party working groups and I think, you know, it's adequately covered. I think this is a matter of semantics and I'm sure that, you know, that there wouldn't be any problem unless there was something logistically or exempt material, particularly executive exempt material that couldn't be presented, but then obviously it would probably go to executive briefing. Anyway, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We have two more speakers, Councillor Kenreid and then Councillor Hess.
Madam Mayor, I can't conceive of a situation where an ordinary member will not be allowed to attend an executive working group. So I will be, strange as it may sound to Councillor Austin, supporting her amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Hess.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think it is a matter of semantics, actually. I think backbench councillors having the right to attend the meeting should be default. So I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goodrich.
Yeah, I'm supporting it. I mean, it's not going to mean that the visitors are going to speak. They're not going to speak. A lot of the meetings may well be full of confidential information, and that's understood. And we, as councillors, know, you know, if the matter is in effect pink papers, that if we attend and hear what's going on, that some people do want firsthand to see what's going on rather than hear it from somebody who may be from their own party who happens to be on the working group. And it seems to me the default position should be that you have the right to be there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gale.
Yeah, I'll be supporting this because we've heard earlier that people don't like being excluded from overview and scrutiny. So I think, you know, everybody should be able to hear exactly what's going on. As Councillor Goodrich said quite rightly, pink papers, we all know we don't do anything about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor MacLeod.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm very inclined to support this amendment. I do understand the practicalities that Councillor Townsend referred to. Perhaps it shouldn't be that councillors have just the right to turn up out the blue. They may have to give notification in advance to the chair that they are due to attend, you know, 1 or 2 days notification in advance. But I don't think councillors should be banned from attending any of the executive working groups if they give appropriate notice. So the arrangement can be made for the group to work properly.
Thank you. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, councillors. It was very interesting to hear all of your different views. And in the previous debate, I mean, I think the concern is, I'm saying this on behalf of my group and behalf of all backbench councillors, there is a concern really at the moment underlying all of this about the diminishing the role of councillors and our voice in the council chamber, in committee meetings, and I think that's what I'm hearing, actually. I mean, I completely agree with what Councillor Goodridge was saying. You know, if it's exempt, then we'd have to comply with it. Of course, that's understood. And I don't agree with this point about meeting rooms. I mean, that just is a non-issue, frankly. I do actually agree with Councillor MacLeod that it would be appropriate that if anyone is intending to meet, then they should give notice to the chair. So maybe that should be. I'm very happy to suggest we amend it. We would amend it to remove with the agreement of the chair, but maybe replace give notice to the chair. Generally, I would really hope actually that the executive and other members would all agree with this. We're all reasonable people. Thank you. So I'm happy if we're able to move to a vote. That'd be great. Thanks.
Thank you.
One moment. Could we have the amendment read to us, please?
Thank you. So it's page 68, 6.2. We remove the wording with the agreement of the chair and replace that with give notice to the chair.
Through you, Madam Mayor, can I suggest that a time frame is inserted?
Should we say 2 working days? Or
I was going to suggest by noon, the day before the day of the meeting.
even better. Thank you, Susan.
As a point of order, I suppose, just for clarification, are the rooms which or would there always be a room available in which it could be zoomed? Because the number of people turning up.
Just to interrupt you, that's not a point of order.
Well, no, it's all right.
No.
Point of practicality then. Can it be
Okay,
zoomed?
okay.
Just
Okay.
a question I'd like a
Thank you.
straight answer
Thank
to.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hyman, and you have already spoken. So we have an amendment. Susan, would you read
Do you
it?
want to read it out?
Yes.
Again, just.
Councillor Austin, would you be so kind as to read it out one more time, please?
So it's remove with the agreement of the chair and replace with having given notice to the chair by noon the previous day on the day before the meeting. Yeah.
And is your seconder happy with that?
Is my seconder happy? We're all happy, I hope.
So when lights show, please vote. Thank you. So on that amendment, there were 35 votes for, 1 abstention and 1 against. Yes. So we now go back to the substantive motion. Councillor MacLeod.
I don't think I need to say any more, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
It's the substantive motion as amended. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Hyman.
Thank you. I note the removal. Basically, this is proposing the removal of a load of processes. And I note at paragraph 4 on page 67, and we're on the same supplementary paper, which has got the bulk of the to follow papers in it. So halfway down that page, paragraph 4, membership, we're removing membership of executive working groups will be based on enabling those with the best skills and knowledge of the matter to contribute. And obviously the whole purpose of, as you can tell from what was in the Constitution, was that we were going to get the best minds and the best experience that we've got working on this.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Hyman might want to have a look at paragraph 4.2.
Okay, right. So it's been removed and it's been put back on. Okay, so can I ask that in that case, how is this adjudged? I mean, if the members of the executive working groups have people who don't have any experience or whatever, is there any recourse where people who have got experience can insist upon the constitution being followed as it should be, in order to ensure that we do have the best, most experience and skills on those groups?
Thank you. Councillor Follows.
So best is always subjective, I find, but 4.1 covers that quite nicely in that the membership will be determined by the executive on the recommendations of the relevant portfolio holder. So as far as I'm concerned, that follows both constitutionally and practically, although I do like points of practicality, and I'm looking to the JCRG to perhaps draft some film of that for next time. That might be quite fun for everybody. But just to say on this whole subject, as I'm now speaking and can't speak again, the purpose of this was because there was no mechanism for the executive to have the equivalent of task and finish groups like ONS. There was a very lengthy period where the ONS groups weren't setting up task and finish groups, which is in some cases when we'd recommended them to do so. So we set up this process, and some of this is my own clumsy language from the first time I wrote it, and it was polished by officers a couple of times and is now more formally polished here in this version. So the intent here is really just to allow an advisory body to the portfolio holder where they can get outside opinions, where they can seek advice from officers or from other people qualified in the subject matter to help us to come to a more evidence-based policy and decision-making process. And to basically assist with the function of being an executive member. That's the whole purpose of this. I think we've refined it going forward. I'm very happy with the amendment now that it's in line with the other procedural rules on notification. That's absolutely not a problem. And I think this just strengthens the original purpose of exec working groups to give us a task and finish mechanism that we don't have that scrutiny does. So hopefully all good with everybody.
Thank you. I don't see any other speakers. Councillor MacLeod, do you have anything more to say?
No more to say. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So we have an amended proposal. When lights show, please vote. That is carried unanimously. Agenda item number 11 is the Code of Practice on Good Governance for Statutory Officers. Are there any issues and questions on clarity? Councillor MacLeod.
Thank you again, Madam Mayor. This again is a pretty straightforward issue. That we have 3 statutory officers: head of paid service, monitoring officer, and section 151 officer. And this is a recommended code of practice for these officers. Although I'll point out section 1.3, it says that once adopted, the code is relevant not only to the statutory officer concerned, but also to senior management and councillors, all of whom play an integral role in supporting good governance in the council. So it affects all of us as well as the 3 statutory officers. I recommend this to the council. And again, I think I have a seconder.
Oh, yes, thank you. Yes, please a second, thank you. And I have no further things to say. Thank you.
Joe, please vote. That is carried unanimously. So we come to agenda item number 12, social media policy for councillors. Are there any issues or questions on clarity? No, Councillor MacLeod.
Again, Madam Mayor, I think this is a pretty straightforward set of recommendations. The council is being asked to approve the social media policies set out in Appendix 1 of this report. It seems a very sensible and straightforward policy, so I would recommend it to the council, and I think I have a seconder again.
Yes, I'm very pleased to second, thank you.
And you're reserving your right should you need it to speak? Yeah. Are there any speakers? Councillor Austin.
Hi, I just wanted to say that I note that many councils do have social media policies. There is LGA guidance on it. I believe this one probably follows it. I hope so. So I don't see any issue with it. I mean, of course, we should all be behaving on social media under the Code of Conduct anyway. But I am very much looking forward to seeing all councillors abide by this. Thank you.
Thank you indeed. Councillor Hyman.
Thank you. I'm quite worried about the control that is being exerted over what people can say and free speech. Actually, from what I've read here, it does look to me like someone is basically saying, if you're a councillor, you can't risk going on social media because one man's criticism is a comment is another man's criticism, isn't it? You know, if I say something, someone will want to object to it and will put in a complaint. And this gives anybody that they want to the tools to say, well, he was out of order for actually even bothering to go on the side to say anything at all. You won't be able to say anything at all because someone can turn around and say, oh, I take that as a criticism. People take offence at anything these days. I mean, are we allowed to state facts? Because if we are allowed to state facts, are we allowed to, what someone said, are we allowed to attribute that to the person who said it? Because, you know, it seems to me that this actually is telling us that what's the point in being a councillor? You're not allowed to speak anymore. Anything you say will be taken down in evidence against you and you will be dragged in front of the standards board for it. And you have to remember that I am the person here who's got the experience of having been dragged through the standards board for telling the truth in the chamber regards the law as was determined by the courts. And I was found guilty of telling the truth. And I'm obviously the next, the last of them. The independent person even said that they considered that having been dragged in front of the Standards Committee twice meant that I wasn't fit to be a councillor. And that's in the public papers for telling the truth.
Thank you,
and this
Hyman.
here,
Thank you.
does this stop us telling the truth?
I don't think it's relevant. Council follows.
Just be interrupted again, okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I mean, free speech is not a license to say anything in any way you want. We live in a country of laws that modify your ability to speak freely in a number of ways, several of which are in fact posted on the wall over there, the Nolan Principles of Public Life. They moderate our speech or how we should speak. There's actually an area I have more experience of Councillor Hyman on this specific type of standards complaint, subject as I have been to, I think, 9 social media complaints, all of which have been either thrown out for lack of evidence or being completely and outwardly vexatious from the get-go. So I also am very much looking forward to this being applied evenly to all members. And I think it's been necessary that a framework is set so that everybody knows what to expect. Because just as Councillor Hyman has actually articulated, people have jumped to some of the conclusions that you've just jumped to. And I think a lot of what this framework does is actually have a common basis for us all to look at and to see what sort of things are appropriate. I mean, going back to my very first comments, what you say is sometimes not as important as how you say it and the means that you say it and some of the ways that you assert it. And social media is one of those places where it's very, very easy to misunderstand somebody very quickly. It's very easy because you are typing behind a keyboard and not looking at somebody's face or in the same room as them. Any of you who are active on social media know that you've got residents that will say things, they will never say things to your face in the same way that they would write them online. And you just know that to be true, I am absolutely sure. So this just provides a framework for us to operate from. It's in line with the LGA code on the same subject. It's in line with the Nolan Principles in Public Life. And I would just end as I finished that free speech is not open season to say what you like, how you like.
Thank you, Councillor Long.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to draw Councillor Hyman's attention to 2.5 and the examples that are given. So absolutely, it is legitimate to criticise, to challenge and question policy and performance, but it's not acceptable to do that in a personal way and to criticise the councillor themselves. So it's fine to say I disagree with this policy, but not to say councillor X is stupid for supporting it.
Thank you. Councillor Weldon.
Thank you. I completely support the thrust of this proposal. However, it's very easy, I think, to misunderstand some of the observations and detail in here. I'm concerned that for very good reasons, this was published very late. And I would have preferred much more time for a close reading of the content. And I would prefer to see this held over for a decision later. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got no problem with the intention and the report itself, but we've talked a lot about resources in the council. I mean, is this not opening the Democratic Services team and the legal team to a big workload of extra thing? I mean, how are the council officers going to police the social media of councillors? Are they going to get a spurious lots of reports and you're going to have to investigate them all? I just think it's, we're councillors, we need to be responsible for each other. By doing this, you are setting a framework which you inevitably are going to have to police somehow. And I'm not 100% sure that is a good use of resources. Thank you.
Thank you. No other speakers? Oh, beg your pardon, Peter Martin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I agree with the thrust of this, and I have to say I'm not particularly active on social media. But we have some examples of what is acceptable and what's not acceptable. And, that's fine. But, what happens if we say, I think the executive has made a bad decision? Does that amount to a personal attack on many of the individuals in the executive? What happens if we disagree with an officer decision taken under delegated powers? Will that be a personal attack on an officer? So I think it gets a little tricky in terms of the interpretation of that, and I think it's partly the way you say it rather than anything else. I love the paragraph 2.7, in which the policy is not intended to stifle legitimate political debate or to restrict the freedom of expression. Well, goodness me, yes, and of course we are all bound by the principles of public life and the council's code of conduct. But yes, the definition of truth is sometimes quite interesting. And who says it's a fabrication of the truth quite frequently? It's quite interesting that we don't understand, that we're misrepresenting things. So we get into all sorts of indirect personal attacks, which I find a bit offensive at times. I've got no difficulty with the thrust of it. But I think I agree with many others to say there's lots of interpretation to be done here. And that's going to be made very difficult. And, for that reason, I'm not absolutely certain about it. But thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Councillor MacLeod.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I do want to make some few closing comments. In terms of what Councillor Heisman has said, what we're talking about here is when councillors are acting in an official capacity. When we all are elected to the councillors, we have to comply with the Nolan principles, and Councillor Hyman often tells us that. And we have to behave in the same way when we're conducting ourselves in social media. And if we refer to 2.2, it says councillors must conduct themselves with integrity and professionalism when acting in their official capacity. Posts must not bring the council in disrepute, compromise public confidence, or make personal injury to the council's tax and other councillor office. It goes on, but you'll get the thrust of it in what I've just said. I think in terms of Councillor Murray's comment, a lot of what we have to do as councillors has to be self-policing, actually. The knowing principles have, and I think when we act on social media, it's not up to the officers to be looking at all social media posts. That we have to be self-policing on this, and if we have elected as councillors, the electors would expect us to behave in this way. So I still recommend this policy to the council. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor MacLeod. So we have a recommendation in front of us. When lights show, please vote. Thank you, everybody. So that is carried 27 for, 1 against with 9 abstentions. And we come to lucky for some agenda item 13, the section 151 officer review of members allowances scheme 2025 to 26. Are there any questions on clarity? No. Councillor Follows.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Pleased to propose this item, and I believe I have a seconder.
Happy to second.
My thanks to the Section 151 officer for conducting this review. This was merely to confirm the use versus the forecast budget on one of the new items that was one of the new claimable items on effectively childcare and various other carers allowance. It's to confirm that there hasn't been any spent so far. We're not intending as an executive to ask for the review or abolition of that, because we think it's something that will add to the accessibility of being a councillor, whether it be here or in the unitary. It's a point that we're keen to make. I've asked Officers in Democratic Services if they will write to all members outlining the existence of the scheme, because of course it might be that nobody needs to use it in this council, but that doesn't mean that somebody might not want to another time. So thank you very much again to the 151. I hope this is a relatively straightforward paper that just confirms that it is, by being 0, within the budget forecast.
Thank you. I don't see any speakers. So when lights show, oh, did you want to come back and say anything further?
No, I'm good. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes.
And your seconder doesn't wish to speak? Okay. So when lights show, please vote. Thank you. That is carried unanimously. So agenda item number 14, Waycourt East Project Financial Update. Are there any questions on clarity? Councillor Spence.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This agenda item and indeed the 2 following ones. Pardon. Sorry. This agenda item and the 2 following ones are all calling for us to approve funding from either the revenue account reserve or the capital receipts reserve. And I think that before members consider these items, it would be beneficial to put those amounts in context. And the question is, can someone share a perspective on the overall sums that we have in these reserves? Thank you.
Councillor Merriweather.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes. So the items 14 and 15 are recommending we draw down on our general fund reserve. This is our normal balance, the one that we try to carry £3.2 million in. That's our final unearmarked reserve, which I think we discussed a few weeks ago, is higher because of the underspends from last year. So the current balance on that is just below £5.7 million. In other areas, we have already committed about £760,000 from that. This evening, between items 14 and 15 only, we're asking for £821,000 between the 2 of them, which will still leave a forecast available balance of just shy of £4.1 million to compare to our £3.2 million that we try to target. Capital receipts, we currently have about £21.5 million. on that balance, but we've committed between various projects, including Cranny Leisure Centre, for example, to spend about £20.5 million. And that leaves just shy of £900,000 this evening for Wilmer House. We are asking to allocate £610,000 of that. That answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Merriweather.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. We have in the supplementary pack number 1, pages 3 to 14, the report that I'm going to refer to. And as that report explains, our predecessors purchased Waycourt East as part of their purchase of the whole Waycourt building in Farnham in 2017. Waycourt East had a tenant in situ, but their lease expired soon after the purchase and they vacated. The property was marketed for office use and despite some interest could not be let. And we also explored all other reasonable options for it as well. Meanwhile, at that time, the out-of-pocket holding costs to this council were about £170,000 a year, on top of the hundreds of thousands of pounds annually lost in rental income. Despite first the pandemic and then the inflation crisis, in the spirit, to come back to where we started, of planting trees, can I say, this administration led the redevelopment project to convert that vacant office building in Farnham into what is now the new central surgery, which we've now and which opened to the public in February this year. The project's been highly successful in delivering modern, accessible healthcare facilities and enhancing local community infrastructure, including not only the GP practice, but also the on-site pharmacy that's there too. We're now in the final phase of this project post-completion, where we assess the so-called final account, which identifies and apportions as appropriate any cost variances. In the case of Waycourt East, there is a projected overspend, and exempt Appendix 1 identifies the potential net effect of that. While we continue to negotiate this and how it should be borne with and through our lead contractor, we must ensure contingent spending budget authority is in place, sufficient for the full costs of all the agreed and projected uplifts. To be clear though, should the full potential impact of cost uplifts not be realised, the project would not need to draw down on this additional budget up to that full extent. So first, we have to formally recommend a supplementary cost estimate of up to £172,306 for potential costs, even though we already have funding for them from additional external income received from the lease and additional grant income. But second, we're recommending a supplementary cost estimate for the balance, up to £281,404 to be funded from the revenue account reserve, our general fund working balance. The maximum impact of these potential costs on the project's business case, when including the additional income secured for the project, means the payback period is adjusted from 28 to 31 years in purely financial terms, and still without accounting for the social value the project has undoubtedly generated. There's no question that this project is a success and a credit to our officers and expert advisors. It has transformed the empty and expensive shell that we inherited into a self-funding, real and social asset that delivers this council's strategic priorities of creating a sustainable, prosperous and inclusive borough, revitalising a prominent town centre property in Farnham and strengthening local healthcare provision through our partnership with the Frimley integrated care board and the new central surgery practice. So I do commend this recommendation to the council. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe you have a seconder.
Yes, please a second, Madam Mayor, and I'll reserve.
Thank you. Are there any speakers, Councillor Austin?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, so I've got to admit, I've been a councillor for 2 years, so this project completely predates me. And I have to say that the report didn't fully explain to me the whole background of this and story of this property. But overall, I mean, in 2017, when this purchase was bought, as part of a wider purchase, I think generally it sounds like it's turning out to be an okay deal. Waverley is today requesting a further £453,000, as Councillor Merriweather has said, contingent cost liabilities for these existing costs. I understand it, over and above the 5.6 million already spent. That is, of course, a very substantial sum. I mean, the history of it, as far as I'm aware now, having spoken to officers, was it was purchased and then an apportioned purchase price of 3.25 million was put against this. And no, it's not exempt. I've had confirmation from officers that number. It was then vacant for a while, refurbished with an initial £2.4 million expected cost. That cost has now, it substantially increased to 5.1, and now we've got this further request. None of that really was in the report. That's the reason why I'm saying this. I think it should have been. I know, actually, very interesting, historic vacant hold costs are seen as valid and are reported in this item. That will become important when we talk about 69 High Street. I also note in this item, only 10.2 states the head of finance has confirmed that he believes the business case remains strong here. I mean, I would concur with him, actually. But it's not a statement that I see he has made on either of the other two property items coming to full council tonight. It's also interesting to compare and contrast this report and this cost with the next item coming up, 69 High Street, another commercial unit owned by Waverley, a similar lot size. But Waycourt East has significantly stronger underlying fundamentals here in comparison to 69 High Street. It's let on a long lease with decades left to run, to expire, to an important use, a GP surgery. The level of rent is good. The valuation, as I understand, remains strong. So I can see that although cost overspends are never to be welcomed, I am comfortable in justifying voting for this. So I will be okay to vote for the increase in budget on these overspends, significant as they are. And I look forward to reviewing the lessons learned in overview and scrutiny. Thank you for indicating there is a paper we're all going to read. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Hyman.
Thank you. Yes, I do remember this well when this was first voted through by the Conservative administration many years ago now. And it was a somewhat checkered history. The idea was we were going to be able to get out of it by converting it to housing if everything went pear-shaped, because we were paying well over the top, as Waverley tends to do. But I congratulate the administration in managing to find well, it's money from the public first, but a way out of it. I understand the fact that we've got to have just the way our budgeting works, that we've got to have the money available, otherwise we're going over budget. If we increase the budget, then we haven't gone over budget, so everything's all right. It doesn't make the massive spending okay. We don't have the return on it that we do from some of our better investments, like down at Coxbridge, where we've got a decent business-like rate of return. But we've got out of this. I can understand fully why we've got to pay the rest of this money, and this is a necessity, and as far as I'm concerned, it's housekeeping. There are lots of lessons to be learned from these things. This is Woking economics, basically. It's been carrying on for a long time. We had Councillor Richard Seaborn and Councillor John Reid, and some names that some of the members here will remember years ago that I used to work with to stop this council from going down the Woking lines. We managed to cause enough trouble for the 10 years, I suppose, 2012 through to 2022 sort of time. We managed to cause enough trouble. And then the government stepped in and said, hey, you councils have got to stop being stupid and pretending that capital expenditure doesn't matter. You've got to stop all these revenue investments that you've got, because it was putting the Public Works Loans Board at risk. So we've been spared all the troubles of Woking. Others weren't, but as with the next item that we've got, this unfortunately was brought on the basis of Woking economics. We were very lucky that this administration has managed to get us out of this in a reasonable manner, but don't forget it is the public purse that's picking up the bill at the end of it. Look at the numbers, the total number of the amount spent on this property and the value of the property at the moment, and you'll see that it doesn't look quite as clever as some people might say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Goodrich.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Very briefly, in paragraph 8.1 on page 8, it says, however, the project has generated valuable knowledge and learning that will be retained and shared. I wonder whether the proposer or seconder of this motion could share some of the lessons learnt at this time.
Is there a radio or a phone on in the room? Should it be turned? Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Hest.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Phew. It's a fantastic surgery. It's actually my surgery, living in the town. And I can only commend all the work done by this council to bring it about. The old surgery had served its time, and we have a growing population in Farnham, as we all know, through development. And at the end of the day, if the building needs investment to keep the wheels on the wagon, then it needs investment. And I'm sure that Councillor Merriweather has done his numbers, because he's very good at numbers, apparently. So therefore, one can only but support this and get the building in the right shape. We do want Waverley buildings to be in the right shape, don't we? So I recommend to everybody that we support this. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Martin.
Thank you. I'm pleased to support this. I could nitpick my way through some of the things that I would obviously prefer a shorter payback period. But on the other hand, we've got a long lease and we look pretty secure in what we've got here. And indeed, with the surgery, we have a very valid place or a function which is being for the benefit of the clear benefit of the citizens of Farnham. I'll be, and I would prefer not to have a cost overrun, but it doesn't greatly impact the overall business case, and I'm pleased to support it. I do note, as Councillor Austin said, that the holding costs to the council in 6.1 at £170,000 per year were clearly identified, and I think that will be good practice to have in other projects that we look at. So thank you.
Thank you. We have two other speakers, Councillor MacLeod, followed by Councillor Clark. Councillor MacLeod.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Like Councillor Hertz, I happen to be a patient of the central surgery. And I've been a patient of that practice for several decades, actually. In the previous building, it used to be known as the Downing Street practice. And they've always been an absolutely excellent GP practice, actually. And this wonderful new building, I was there for an annual checkup, as they call it, an MOT, just last week. And it gives them the opportunity to expand, you know, very good practice, and they'll be able to grow a bit. And as Farnham grows, and it is growing all the time, that is a very good thing. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just wondering why councillors Hess and MacLeod haven't declared a non-pecuniary interest. But I'm sure the monitoring officer will overlook it in this case. We've heard a lot about investment and return. Well, the investment here is in the health and well-being of thousands of people in Farnham, and the return will be seen to be believed. And if it comes to increasing the GP capability in any town, I welcome overspends every day of the week. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Follows.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Number of points to clarify on there. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't think I'm going to sit here and welcome overspends every day of the week. I'm not going to go quite that far. But it does, going back to Rabbi Alex's story what he introduced with, I mean, the point of that story was reminding us, I think, that councils aren't here just for right now. They're here to think about the future. And yes, projects always need to wash their face. They need to, you know, ideally we're going to generate revenue with what we do. But this goes back to that fundamental dichotomy between some individuals in this room about what a council is actually for. And I've always thought that council and local government in general was here to provide services for people. And yes, we have to do it in a financially sensible and robust way that's legal and compliant and all the rest, but we are also here to provide services. So I'm extremely pleased that this not only does provide us with some revenue, but it provides a fantastic service for the people of Farnham. I've been around that surgery. It's one of the few things that have made me think about moving to Farnham. Obviously, I haven't completely lost it yet, so, you know, it's not completely go that far. But it's a wonderful, wonderful surgery. And I think the idea that it's provided effectively by a local authority is fantastic. And Mark's going to say a few extra things on that in a minute about some of the lessons learned and some of the things we might be doing in the future. I do have to just comment a little bit on Councillor Hyman's comment about woking economics. Saying that means that you have not read or understood quite the scale of woking. And I would strongly recommend that you go and read some of the reports that have come out of the auditors at Woking and the commissioners at Woking and some of the financial compliance organisations, so you can really see what woking economics looks like, because nothing in this place comes anywhere close. In fact, nothing in Surrey, nothing in the United Kingdom comes anywhere close to woking economics. But otherwise, if you live in Farnham, you've got a wonderful surgery, and I'm quite happy with Waverley economics, services that are cost effective. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Point of personal explanation, if I may. It's a matter of
Councillor
culture,
Hyman,
Madam
I'm
Mayor.
going to move you on because you've spoken once. Councillor Merriweather, would you like to sum up?
Well, listen, what I'd first like to do is absolutely leap on the opportunity to agree with Councillor Hyman. It's a point of principle that the values are totally incomparable, but we inherited from our Conservative friends a budget strategy that was foundationally underpinned on generating up to £2 million a year of for-yield investment income that would have required us to borrow maybe up to £100 million to deliver. That's what we turned our backs on, and thankfully the government agreed with us, and they stopped councils investing primarily for yield for specifically that reason. So to come back to the specifics, yes, we are asking for about £500,000 of approval to up to £500,000 to spend, but a big chunk of that is already funded. So only a part of that we're seeking additional funding now. We will talk about 69 High Street in a second, and I'm sorry that it's escaped Councillor Austin again, that 69 High Street is about housing. There is no housing in Waycourt East, and the rent that we're getting is just as competitive on this particular, on Waycourt East, as it will be for the commercial element on 69 High Street. I'm grateful for the recognition. We have disclosed the holding costs in this report, actually because we listened to ONS and we put them in so that we would have some consistency and disclose those numbers. I'm just sorry that they don't shine the previous administration in the best light. So this is a self-funding project. Councillor Goodridge asked about the lessons that we've learned. Well, the first one is don't invest for yield. Thankfully, everybody is now on the same page. The second one is invest for the long term. We have a payback period here, but we have an asset that is going to be delivering financial and social value for our residents. It's going to be generating positive revenue income for us from day one that we will recycle into our services. So the third point is invest for social value. Do not belittle social value. And as Councillor Follows said, invest for our residents, invest for our fellow residents. Do not invest primarily for profit, because that will take you in the wrong direction. I'm very grateful to everybody else for all of the support, and I'm really pleased that despite those handful of niggles, we all recognise a good deal actually when we see it. And thank you all for your support.
Thank you. So we have a recommendation in front of us. You'll all have read it. When lights show, please vote. So that is carried. 36 for, 1 abstention, and 3 people haven't voted. That is carried. Agenda item 15, 69 High Street, the business case update and decision to progress. Are there any questions on clarity? No. Oh, beg your pardon, Councillor Austin. Hi.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I'm just want clarity on this thing about sunk costs, actually, holding costs, or what's been described as sunk costs, because actually I don't think what Councillor Merriweather said just now is correct. If I look at page 27, which is the executive's response to our recommendations, recommendation 2, it basically says that they're discounted. Perhaps the portfolio holder could clarify the exact position, and if they are in the report, where are they?
Thank you, Councillor Merriweather.
Yeah, it's, I think they're in the exempt annex 2 there, so I can't discuss them in detail. The difference is that in this report, ONS asked about the hypothetical, the theoretical interest of being of the interest that could theoretically have been earned on the money that's been spent on the project, and they've been discounted out. In both cases, both 69 High Street and for Waycourt East, the sunk costs do not form part of the viability appraisal.
Sorry, point of personal explanation. What we were referring to is holding costs. So, which is rates, other bills that have had to be paid, and we estimate that's nearly £300,000 to the point where the retail tenant takes occupation. Yeah. That's different from what Councillor Merriweather is saying. Thank you.
Well, actually, it's not. The holding costs are exempt, and they are in Appendix 2. They're actually right there on page 45 of your pack. And they break them down between premises insurance, business rates. That is exactly the same composition as the holding costs of 100 and something I spoke about for Waycourt East. Exactly the same basis, exactly the same triggers for the numbers, and they've been treated in exactly the same way in the appraisal for Waycourt East as they have been for 69 High Street. The only distinction, and the explanation is given in the report, is that for 69 High Street, we were asked to consider the theoretical, hypothetical opportunity cost of the interest that could have been earned on the money that has been spent on the project. and the report explains why that has not been included in the general analysis. Although I think the Candies did actually calculate a theoretical number for ONS, which was discussed at the meeting, if I remember rightly.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Goodridge and then Councillor Hyman.
A question, bearing in mind what is now being revealed on 69 High Street, could I be reminded whether or not a full structural survey of this property was undertaken before we bought?
To a non-invasive survey or analysis was done. But of course, everything that we've discovered since has been revealed as a result of intrusive work and demolition work that I don't believe would have been found as the result of even an intrusive structural survey.
Councillor Hyman.
Thank you. Yes, just a matter of clarification, if you can, please. The assumptions that we've got here, the figures that we've got here, and the assumption of viability, let's call it, for simplicity's sake, seems to be based upon the HRA, the Housing Revenue Account, paying more for their share of, just for the backland, than the value of the whole site, and effectively bailing out the error made by us, the general fund, at the time when it was overpaid. Again, when the property was bought, and it was a mistake, the amount of money paid, various reasons, but it was. The facts are there, the figures are there. And I wondered whether that split, because I asked probably 2.5 years ago, I guess it was something like that, whether that split between how much the HRA was going to be charged, whether the HRA was going to be having to pay for the mistake. I asked, and I was told, I think it was by Candice, that it was a decision for the future, that the split hadn't been determined at that time. And I wondered, has the council have we made a decision? Are we making a decision tonight on that? Will we be doing that in December, when it's supposedly I think it's the intention to bring forward the figures and plans for the housing at the December meeting. Has the decision been made now or not? Because I am very concerned that all of this depends on doing something which is completely unethical, overcharging the HRA for, if we're selling it property and charging more than it's worth.
Thank you, Councillor Hyman. We'll see if Councillor Merriweather can answer.
Can I ask, can I get an answer to that question? Has that decision been made?
That's what I'm just about to see.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you give me half a chance. The apportionment of the cost was done by our officers with the independent advice of our qualified expert advisors. The rest of what Councillor Hyman said, I just can't disagree with it to the extent I even recognise it.
Thank you. So no other questions. Councillor Hess.
I think anybody, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think anybody that does a project on an old building will know when you open it up, you come across unexpected issues.
Is this a question on clarification?
Sorry?
Is this a question on clarification? Or
Oh, no.
No.
Okay, I'll leave it.
So
Okay.
yes. Councillor Merriweather.
Right, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we're back to the supplementary pack number 1, pages 15 to 48. And again, still in the spirit of planting trees, this report presents the case for progressing with the construction phase of only the enabling commercial element of the project at 69 High Street here in Godalming, which will still be self-funding despite the eye-watering economic headwinds we've all faced and that indeed have defeated others. That proposed commercial element of the site comprises about 239 square metres of lettable space, or about 1/5 of the area of the old retail space as it is in its now stripped down state. So this update follows the completion of the pre-construction services agreement and detailed RIBA Stage 4 design work that was procured following the granting of the improved planning consent last year. Members will recall that this is now the mid-stage in a design then build pathway, which was in turn delayed because we didn't get a suitable outcome to our initial design and build procurement invitation. Members will also recall that the purchase of 69 High Street with its original planning consent was first approved in 2022, prior to the serious economic disruption and sustained inflation that's affected the entire country due to events elsewhere in that year and since. At the same time, in 2022, this council approved a feasibility study which led to the business case we adopted in 2023 that improved on the planning consent that we acquired for the whole site with a new design and split the project into 2 phases, with this new enabling commercial development being phased first. So this update, which is specific only to that enabling demolition of part of the existing structure and the refurbishment of the front commercial unit, is based on that detailed Stage 4 design work and informed by the detailed costings that it generated. Our preferred option, option 1, which is to proceed, for which we do seek approval of an additional budget of £540,000, is to be funded from the revenue account reserve. As the report also explains, this cost adjustment, reflects cost increases arising from construction inflation, structural requirements identified during the design phase, and updated assessments by the council's employer's agent. However, this revised budget will allow the project to proceed still in a financially viable and deliverable manner while maintaining the council's commitment to achieving best value through a compliant procurement process. Standalone, the commercial element is still self-funding. While the payback period has stretched, it is still within our acceptable parameters, and for the avoidance of doubt, our qualified independent expert valuers have also confirmed that the rent we'll receive is still in line with the market. Our housing team have separately been working hard on the options for the main part of the site and confirmed that, with some redesign and value engineering, they will be bringing us proposals for the housing element that are also still financially viable at Waverley affordable rent. Also, for the avoidance of doubt, we've published in the body of the report the latest values for the actual spends to date and approved costs, which have unfortunately been misreported in some channels. I should also stress that the value analysis in the exempt appendices is purely financial and does not quantify estimates for the non-monetary benefits, the social benefits that the whole scheme will undoubtedly deliver. But while we're recommending to progress the whole project, the report does also identify and assess the other alternative options. But none of these alternatives, none of them deliver a better value outcome, either financially or measured against our strategic priorities. Even the pause options, 2 and 6, would, however unintentionally, elevate the project risks and costs more than their potential benefits, while the other options, 3, 4, and 5, would result in a net realized cost both to our usable revenue and our usable capital funds. So, Madam Mayor, one only has to stop by the Woolmead in Farnham to see the impact on the construction sector of the economic disruption our country's experienced in the 5.5 years since the first COVID lockdown and the 3 years since the Liz Truss mini budget. Our officers have worked tirelessly to manage and mitigate those problems, and it's to their credit that despite everything, we have a recommendation tonight which will progress the commercial element of the project. It will still be self-financing as a standalone part of the project as a whole, and it will unlock the main portion of the site for council-owned and operated affordable housing. This is a long-term investment in our community and for our community. We were elected, we exist to serve, not to profit. And this project, supporting the high street and meeting urgent, genuinely affordable housing needs, is at the heart of that. In addition to our officers, can I also thank colleagues here who've approached me, either individually or in groups, with their comments, questions and feedback, and in the constructive way that they have. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Follows, you wish to second?
I do wish to second and I do wish to reserve.
Thank you. Open to debate, members. Yes, Councillor Atkins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I really wish there could just be some genuine honesty in the chamber regarding this project, because its failure really isn't anything to do with the economic picture. In August 2023, I warned this scheme would fail, both of its stated objectives to regenerate the high street and to deliver social housing. 2 years later, sadly, that warning has proved right. We've already committed 4.86 million on this site, plus hold costs. And tonight we're being asked for another 540,000, and just for the commercial element. The social housing, the whole reason this project was justified, hasn't even gone in for planning and is now undoubtedly economically unviable. Let's be honest, this isn't regeneration anyway, is it? It's subsidy, a large cash contribution and below market rent, giving one business an unfair advantage over others on the high street, when vacancy is just 8% there, half the national average. Yet we're throwing millions at one unit. And now we're told it's even more money on a 15-year lease with a 10-year break and a 47-year payback. Seriously, no rational or sane investor would accept that. I said in 2023 that the council's development benchmarks happen at stage 8, and it's so far after you've already paid at stage 1. Tonight would be stage 9, and I'm certain it won't stop here. I've worked in this industry for 20 years, and the issue is that councils simply do not have the necessary experience to manage development. Unless Waverley hired an in-house development expert, then taxpayers' money will continue to be wasted. This country is broke, and a large part of that is because of mismanagement, both local and nationally. Until genuine experience is brought in, we'll keep making the same very expensive mistakes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, I'm just going to pass for a moment to Susan to advise about the time.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As we've reached 10 p.m, our Constitution, Council Procedure Rule 10, provides that the Mayor should take a vote on whether you wish to continue the meeting at the end of this item on the agenda. And the vote should be taken without debate unless a majority of members vote for the meeting to continue, then the Mayor shall, after the vote of this item, adjourn the meeting to a future date.
Thank you. All those in favour of continuing this meeting to the end after this item, please vote.
We do take another vote every half hour.
Thank you. So in favour of continuing after this item is 31, 1 abstention and 5 against, and we will take another vote in half an hour. So the next speaker is Councillor.
I'm going to stand up for this one, get the blood circulating again. Since this project's inception, which I think is 2022, there have been a number of risks which in hindsight may have been assessed and acted upon differently. The greatest amongst these risks were the Council's capacity and the Council's skill set for developments of this type. This has necessitated the procurement and the appointment of a variety of expensive consultants. And as well as adding an extra layer of costs, this is added to the length of the project. And I don't have to tell anyone here that as the clock ticks, construction costs increase, which is part of the reason that this council is considering an extra budget allocation for this evening. Waverley Borough Council, like most local authorities, simply can't match the capacity and the skill set that most professional property developers possess. But in this case, the council has a number of crucial advantages that a professional developer does not. No requirement to produce profit for shareholders and low borrowing costs with extended payback periods. These advantages still allow for this project to pay for itself. By law, councils have a duty to provide best value, which is defined under the 1999 Local Government Act, which in a nutshell is to provide a service to residents within a balanced budget. This project does provide a service by supporting the regeneration of Godalming High Street and the provision of much needed homes at sustainable rent. Madam Mayor, as you well know, if this were a planning committee, members would be asked to assess the harm versus the benefits when coming to a judgment. In this case, the benefits of this regeneration project clearly outweigh any harm posed by these increased costs. Finally, let's look at the probity of this recommendation and who is responsible for ensuring its integrity. Our head of finance has signed off the financials, but ultimately, under Section 151 of the 1970 Local Government Act, it is our S151 officer who is responsible for ensuring this council complies with all financial, statutory and constitutional requirements. It goes without saying that our S151 officer is 100% non-partisan and doesn't have to worry about looking through these kind of projects through spectacles tinted by politics and even forthcoming elections. I see no objection from him. So, Madam Mayor, if it's good enough for him, it's good enough for me, and I urge members to approve this recommendation.
Thank you. On time. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have in this meeting alone tonight, we know 3 major items where the executive is requesting substantial additional expenditure. Just put them together, that's 1.6 million of extra cost, equivalent to nearly £30 of council tax for every single household in Waverley. So I think it's very important that we don't just view things on the basis of long-term 50-year value. I think we need to work out what's the best value for our taxpayer that we are accountable to. In the case of 69 High Street and Wilmer House, the same pattern emerges. Delay upon delay, cost upon cost, and a lack of effective executive oversight. Residents are asking why Waverley's executive appears to have lost control of these costs and project management. The 2025-6 budget projected an annual rental income of just £70,000 from this commercial unit here. Yet to achieve that modest return, the council will have spent £5.4 million, plus these nearly 300k in holding costs that Councillor Merriweather is desperately trying to ignore. But apparently, these hold costs are relevant, as we note from Way Court East. So if tonight's request is approved, the total project spend will be around 3.4 million more than the original purchase price. And that's before we even start on the residential element, whose costs and timelines remain unknown. Meanwhile, it's very likely the value of this asset has fallen significantly, it's my opinion, since the purchase. If sold now or even a year from now, losses would, in my opinion, and of those in the market, likely run into the multi-millions. The report tells us the payback period has stretched from 41 to 47 years against a planned hold period of 50. These are dire numbers, and this is now damage control, a costly vanity project by the leader, and it is the Waverley taxpayer who is footing the bill. Good government is about discipline, prudence, and respect for public money. It isn't about excuses or endless bailouts. Using one-off capital receipts to patch up cost overruns isn't good management, it's financial sleight of hand. But my immediate concern tonight is that councillors are being asked to approve 540k of additional spending without any detail at all on the linked residential development. Officers confirmed at the scrutiny meeting that the residential work cannot proceed without this money. Now, and as an aside, by the way, 69 High Street is not about housing. Right now, the majority of the value lies in the commercial element. We are being asked to make a decision that impacts the whole site, but with only half of the facts. In my view, this decision therefore fails on Wednesbury principles. A councillor cannot make an informed or lawful decision where the true costs are unclear, risks not fully disclosed, or alternatives not properly presented. Approving expenditure on that basis would be irrational and potentially open to legal challenge. So we're told the full costs will come to December Council, so let's make the decision then with all the facts in front of us. This is not so urgent. Loungers have waited patiently for over 2 years. And after 3.5 years to get here, a few weeks will make no more difference. Therefore, I'd like to move the following amendment. Hello, team. I'd love to move an amendment. Would you like to hear it? Yes. Therefore, that I'll you put it on the screen. What did I say? Councillor, sorry. I'm very happy to go with the amendment. Option 6, delay the decision until December Council once further costs are known with regard to the housing scheme and its viability that this project enables. Many thanks. I do have a seconder, Councillor Peter Martin. Thank you.
In one moment, it'll be on the screen. Councillor Martin, you are prepared to second that?
Yes, I am. I'm happy to speak now.
And speak now. Would you like to speak now?
Yes, please. Thank you. Well, Madam Mayor, 69 High Street, Godalming is a deeply troubled project, and it's nothing to do with Liz Truss. In February 2022, this council approved the purchase of 69 High Street for 2.3 million in order to create affordable housing and to stimulate the High Street. It also approved an initial budget of 150,000 for a total then of 2.45 million. Had the council known in February 2022 that more than 3.5 years later, we would still have an empty unit, no houses, and a projected spend doubled to a total of 5.4 million, even before any substantial spend on the housing side, it would surely have not taken this decision. 3.5 years on, we have zero regeneration and we have zero new homes. The reality is that we were not in possession of all of the facts. We know from the table in paragraph 12.1.4 that some 3.8 million is proposed to be spent on the retail unit, including a 911,000 share of the original purchase price. We know too that the rental income of £70,000 coming in will be, by simple maths, just dividing 3.8 million by 70,000, you get a payback period of 54 years. And these figures, of course, exclude significant holding costs. And even the agenda papers, with their calculations, say that the payback period is 47 years. Almost all of us will be dead and buried before any return is made, even on the figures provided by the administration. Well, maybe the housing element of this project could enrich the case. And we did not have all the facts in February 2022 when we overpaid for the property. We did not have all the facts when we made a decision to spend 2 million more in August 2023. Now we're being asked for another 540,000. And in my view, we don't have all the facts. Are we throwing good money after bad? Perhaps we are. But by this time, we have the opportunity, but this time we do have the opportunity to understand all the facts, in particular the housing element. This project has stretched now to 5 months short of 4 years. It seems to me that waiting for a further few weeks to get the information on the whole project, including the best that we can get on the housing side, is just plain common sense. We should have that information to hand before we take this decision to spend a further £540,000 on the commercial element. And I therefore second the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Follows.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'll just make a few general comments. My understanding that there'd been an addition to the exempt annex to include the detail on the provisional viability on the housing. I mean, that was a request from ONS that was actioned in time for the executive meeting on the 14th. So I'm not quite sure what additional detail is required, in that the papers have already made clear some of those details. So in terms of just the practicalities of this, what further information is being asked for, bearing in mind that there has already been a response with papers supplied from the ONS that actually asked this question in the first place. Just a few other comments while I'm at it. It's very nice to see you, Councillor Atkins. Without reference to the exempt report, I think the report makes it very clear it's not below market rent. I think that's just in the papers. And it's always interesting being lectured by representatives of the private sector when you look at any part of planning policy and you see the hallmarks of market failure just rife through it. I mean, Mark mentioned the Woolmead, but the fact that no sane or rational investor, to use your language, they not only wouldn't build social housing and affordable housing, they don't, because they're only interested in the profit side of it. So it's often, I think, a false equivalency to compare councils to the private sector anyway, for that sort of reason. But more to the point, when we've got Councillor Townsend, something like 5,000 unbuilt units within Waverley that they've applied for planning permission for and received, I mean, there is wider evidence of market failure within the system from the private sector side as well. So I think we just need to maybe not always think that the private sector is the best at resolving all things, and certainly not without creating other externalities in the system. What it's very good at doing is providing people with choice if they've got the money to pay for it. What council tends to try and do is to make sure that those who don't have the money to pay for it can have access to services as well, so you don't cause other horrendous negative externalities in society and you end up like a nightmarish version of the United States while we're at it, which I'm sure is what some people in this room would very much like to see, insulated as they are from every single one of the things, the consequences of their actions as they would be. So I think this delay is unnecessary. There is also consequences to a delay that are outlined in the report. But I think we've had the update that was requested by ONS, and so this delay is both unnecessary and has consequences, and I shall be voting against the amendment and in support of the original recommendations. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hyman.
Thank you. There was a survey that I saw only a few days ago, the national survey about people's attitude towards planning, and the one thing top of the list was developers getting away with removing the social housing after getting planning permission with social housing in the scheme, and then it being taken away because it wasn't viable at a later stage. And hey, we're the guys doing that now. The press release that Waverley put out on 69 High Street after the planning permission, it was dated 22nd of August, so it's only 2 months ago to the day, 8 weeks ago. It says, and I quote, leaving the rear of the building clear and ready for Waverley built and managed social and affordable housing. So that was 8 weeks ago. We still had social housing in it. This was meant to have social housing in it. But no, we are viable for the retail element if we if we get the HRA to bail out the general fund's overspend, £1 million wasted. And if we do that, then we can still have some, well, now we're told it's what, 75, 80%? Is that what we were told of market rent? The rents would be at the next stage. It's going to be, it's got to be, I'm afraid it's going to have to be at market housing. We can't afford to have social housing on there. As Councillor Atkins says, the next stage, and we've seen it in East Street. We've seen it with so many of the projects that over the past 20, 25 years that Waverley's taken on. We should have left it to the professionals to do those. The residents were ignored on East Street and on Brightwells, Farnham, and all the way through to here. Still advice being ignored because what we've got to do is pretend that we're developers. Well, we're not, and we shouldn't be doing this, and we should look at the options. The press release also said up to 10 new affordable homes. Now it's 13, I gather. I don't know whether that's going to go up further. How many more are we going to cram in? We can't assume we're going to get planning permission on that, can we? Or can we? No, of course we can't. But it will, won't it? Oh, because we'll put it through. You know, I mean, how ridiculous is this? How much are we opening ourselves up for disaster? This is Godalming's Brightwell scheme, this is. I see all the disasters happening exactly the same. I see exactly the same, different faces saying the words, but exactly the same justification for doing the wrong thing. Let's get rid of the social housing and just put that in the cupboard, sweep it under the carpet. Nobody will worry
Councillor
about
Hyman,
it.
I think you're beginning to repeat. So I'm going to
thank
move
you.
on.
I would like to ask as a matter of point of order, if I'd like to finish with a matter of point of order, because I think that the motion is actually misunderstanding the situation. I'd like the monitoring officer or the head of finance possibly, or the chief executive officer to confirm, please, that Article 12, I think it's part 3 of the Constitution, which is the section which says that we are required to have full information in order to make a decision. It is patently obvious that we do not have half of the information. What's being done tonight is this is being split into 2 separate halves. We only have half the information.
Thank you, Councillor Hyman. That is not an acceptable point of order.
I'm sorry, I look at the last item on this, Madam Mayor.
I am going to move on to see if Councillor Beaman wanted to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Well.
That's disgraceful.
I have to say that my initial knee-jerk reaction to being asked to spend more money on this particular project was one of horror, to be quite frank. But having said that, we have to, and in fact, if we were now faced with the decision of buying 69 High Street now, we may have come to a different conclusion. But we have what we have, let's face it, and I would like to thank Councillor Merriweather because I did ask him certain questions and he answered them fully. Hindsight's a wonderful thing, but I think we're now, I shall be voting against this amendment because I think we have got enough information on which to decide. I think it's really a case of damage limitation, to be quite frank. I mean, 47-year payback periods are quite frightening to me, but there we are. And in fact, that I think with great reluctance, but I think it's the only way forward. I would be voting for to go ahead with this 540,000 capital spend. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor White.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, the last half an hour I've been wondering the right point to come in and say something. And in the meantime, Councillor Clark has referred to a lot of the technical issues that I had already researched, and I was going to make a statement. And my learned colleague and friend in the same ward, we seem to line up, everything we say seems to be very similar, and I 100% with what David has said as well. So I just want to add my weight to it, that I will not be voting for this amendment. I will be voting for it to go through. And I was going to say, we are where we are, and we have no revenue, no income if we don't get on and do something. So that would be my view on this, a very practical view. Let's get on with it. Thank you.
I don't see, yes, I'll come back to you, but I don't see any other speakers, so I'll come back to you, Councillor Merriweather.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Listen,
He gets the right of reply as the original proposer of the motion.
Councillor Merriweather.
excellent, thank you. Listen, emotions are running high. This is not an easy project. No one is pretending that it is. But in the heat of the discussion, some things have been said that need to be corrected. Councillor Atkins has claimed that the rent that we will be charging rent loungers is below market. I believe Councillor Atkins has seen the valuer's report, which says precisely the opposite. The market rent, the rent that we'll be charging is bang in the middle of, if not to the higher end of the current market rents prevailing on Godalming High Street. She's entitled to her opinion about whether it's a failure or not. What I would say is that at this stage, we still have a financially viable project, both standalone commercial and standalone residential. I can understand that in her world that might not count as a success, but to come back to Councillor Martin's point, yes, by the time this is all sort of done and dusted and the houses are built, who knows, who in this room will be around, maybe with any luck we will be. We're not building this, for anyone to get rich quick. We're building this for our current residents, their children, their grandchildren. That is why we are doing this. If we were doing this to make money, we'd all be out there in the private sector, living our own little wool meads, littering the countryside. To come back to Councillor Austin's point, and I'm very grateful actually to Councillor Martin for correcting Councillor Austin, who claimed that we're going to be spending 5.4 million on the commercial side. It's not. It's 3.76 million. It's in the papers. And it's all very well to say that the taxpayer is going to be picking up the bill. The whole point of this thing is that it is self-funding. It is self-financing on the commercial side. The housing side will be funded not by the taxpayer anyway. The taxpayer will have nothing to do with it. It will be in the HRA, and it'll be fully funded ultimately by our residents. And that compares by black and white compared to the other options on the table, including option 6, which this amendment is about, where it is the council taxpayer who will be picking up the crystallized costs of anything other than option 1. If you're, I've heard people dismissing loungers. We've only got to wait a couple more weeks. In fact, Councillor Murray will tell you from his own experience, loungers want to be in August, September next year, so they are ready for the pre-Christmas period. It's no good saying to them, oh, you can wait a couple of weeks, you can go in October, November. that for them loses the most important part of their season. So the amplification of that risk, in my view, takes that risk to an unacceptable level, given all of the other information that we have here. I think I'm going to leave that for the time being. Otherwise, other than to remind everybody that this council does have an estate of nearly 5,000 council homes. We're building more and buying more all the time. You know, we are not without our own skills and experience here.
Thank you. Councillor Austin.
Thank you very much. Just in summing up on this amendment, I'll come back on some of the bits that have been raised. It was questioned about by Councillor Follows. What is it that is actually missing? Well, it's half of the financial information on this entire scheme that is missing. The viability and the plan, the timing, the project scope, the scope of what the planning application will be, the costs and the end value of half of this scheme is missing. Now, we have confirmation that in order to deliver the residential part, this has to happen. So one is dependent and contingent on the other. It fails on Wednesbury principles, this decision. Now, also, I mean, we were talking about what our duty is as a council here. Well, first of all, our duty is to behave responsibly. Best value is about achieving economy, efficiency, and effectiveness. I do not believe, and I cannot justify this scheme delivering any of them. Use public funds wisely and transparently. Consider alternatives before committing to expenditure. Did that happen here? No. I mean, I must congratulate Councillor Merriweather because he has done a strident job tonight in trying to justify the unjustifiable. Now, I would also just say, look, let's look at the opportunity cost of this entire scheme, right? By the way, just to correct before I do, what I said was £5.4 million will have been spent to deliver the commercial side. So by the end of next year, £5.4 million will have been spent in order for that tenant to unlock the key and enter that building. Now, the viability of this scheme, if we look now, I mean, and also the cost of construction index, Councillor Clark, is 4%. If you split that by 12, which is how much we have to wait until the next council meeting, we're talking about marginal increases in cost of construction. I mean, that is not an argument. So overall, I mean, the reason that I'm so concerned about this, because if we are okay, I cannot justify making a decision with only half of the facts. I just can't. I'm not comfortable doing it. I've been a chartered surveyor. I specialised in mixed use, retail, commercial and residential investment. As Councillor Merriweather enjoys telling me, I haven't practiced for a few years, but all of my experience, much like Councillor Atkins, is ongoing. I am a property specialist. Now, I'm telling you, this is a terrible deal, and I'm telling you that we should not be making a decision on the whole of the asset without all of the facts. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have an amendment on screen, I think. When lights show, vote whether you are in.
Sorry to intervene, Madam Mayor. Can I just advise Council that we've been notified that one particular councillor's electronic voting system isn't working. So can I suggest that we take a vote by way of show of hands, please?
Okay. So do you have enough people asking for a recorded vote? Yeah, Alex, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, members. So when I call your name, if you can just indicate for, against or abstain, please. Lauren Atkins. Jane Austen,
4.
Zoe Bartolomax,
4.
David Beeman,
Against.
Peter Clark,
Against.
Jerome Davidson, Kevin Denis, Alan Earwaker,
Abstain.
Tony Fairclough,
Against.
Paul Follows,
Against.
Maxine Gale, Michael Goodridge, George Hess, Jerry Hyman,
4.
Jackie Keane. Against. Gemma Long, Against. Andy MacLeod,
Against.
Peter Martin,
4.
Mark Merriweather, Kika Mirrlees,
Against.
Alan Morrison,
Against.
Councillor David Munro,
Against.
George Murray,
Abstain.
Peter Nicholson, Ken Reid,
Against.
Ruth Reid,
Against.
Connor Relling, Paul Rivers,
Against.
Penny Rivers,
Against.
Julian Spence,
Against.
Richard Steiger, Phoebe Sullivan, 4. Liz Townsend,
Against.
Philip Townsend, Terry Weldon,
Against.
Graham White,
Against.
and Steve Williams.
Against.
Two abstentions, so the amendment falls.
The amendment falls with 10 votes for the amendment, 25 against and 2 abstentions. So we move back to, are you leaving, Councillor Atkins, before we come to the main proposal? Okay.
We've reached another half hour.
Yes, we have.
Yeah, so we need to take another vote.
We have reached 10:30. So we need another vote, whether or not we wish to continue for another half hour.
Slightly different motion.
Feel free.
No.
Oh,
Without,
no.
without.
Okay, without
Without
debate,
discussion,
without
just-
debate. Sorry, Paul?
To
So,
continue beyond the end of this item.
yes, we will continue to the end of this, but whether or not we want to go on for another half hour after. So we are going to, we'll continue this one anyway.
So all those in favour of continuing beyond this.
All those in favour of continuing after this current proposal? So we're continuing. So we're continuing, and the next speaker is Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is on the main, on the main recommendation. Okay, thank you. We have, as Councillor Spencer said, have 3 projects before us this evening requiring further budget approval of almost 1.6 million, as Councillor Austin stated. I know we have the money in the reserves thanks to the excellent work of the finance team. But I do have to ask, why is there always an overspend on public projects? I'm sure many residents, if they are still awake, are listening tonight and may be asking the same question. The answer, I believe, lies something economists call optimism bias, something that I'm always accused of. I know. I know. But it is where councils overestimate the benefits of projects and underestimate the risks. But there's more to it than just optimism. Our political system itself discourages proper project planning. To get approval, a project has to look affordable. If the true cost is politically unpalatable, it's smoothed down in the early estimates with comforting belief that the differences can somehow be managed later. Councillors love to announce projects with neat, attractive figures, but as we've all seen, and perhaps more recently with the LGR, reality catches up with us. There is a better way. We can start by being brutally honest and realistic about what projects are actually going to cost, and by taking the politics out of the process. In the private sector, and I know they're not all correct, numbers are built in from day one. Their incentive is to deliver on time and under budget. For the taxpayer, sadly, too often it seems the reverse. But Madam Mayor, I apologise if this sounds like a general lament about the state of local government than a comment on the specific recommendation before us. As regards to 69 High Street, I was against it, I think, at my second council meeting in August 23. I believe then, and still maintain, that it will put existing hospitality businesses at risk. There is only so much business in Godalming, and this just slices up the cake even more. As a restaurant owner of a recently closed business in Farnham laments on the front page of this week's Farnham Herald. Hospitality businesses are really struggling in this country, with one pub closing for good every single day last year. That's 365 pubs closed last year for good. The last thing they need is a council subsidised businesses competition. However, I'm realistic as a councillor. We cannot walk away from this project at this stage. As Councillor Merriweather has said, oh, we'll just lose more money and we'll have no chance of any housing. So I will reluctantly vote it through, but with gritted teeth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Hyman.
Thank you. Well, there's one thing which hasn't really been mentioned properly, or talked about properly, and that is opportunity cost. It's been a lot has been said about you know, how no businessman would be going down the route that we're going down, and all good decision making relies upon looking at what else you could be doing instead. And of course, the option for us here would be to leave this site to the professionals, get out of it in the best way that we could, and buy money on affordable housing on the open market. We've done it in Farnham. In fact, we bought a large tranche of one site on the Hale Road in Farnham. We've purchased quite a lot of new housing, and it seems to me to be a better way of doing it than the huge costs that we undertake. What is it, 25 or 30 million pound now spent on Oxford Ridge to improve a handful of houses. You know, I mean, the cost per home is so high, it simply can't be sustained, and you can't call that any social benefit. So, you know, we need to consider these issues, and we need to do it properly. What I was trying to ask under a point of order, and I'm going to ask it now, if you won't mind me asking, is, are we allowed to do this? We know for a fact that we don't have half the information. That's a fact, right? I'm not talking about Wednesbury unreasonableness or whatever, or the possibility of a legal challenge. Forget that. We have a constitution and we have a legal duty. Now, I want, if you don't mind, Madam Mayor, someone out of our officers to take responsibility here, or at least allow us to take responsibility for our own actions, by confirming to us that Article 12 requires that we have the full information necessary to make an informed decision. So it's not a matter of putting in an amendment to change it. We don't have the choice in law to decide that we're going to go and make this decision without the other half, without seeing the stuff that we could have in 6 weeks' time. 6 weeks' time. You know, I've had 25 years of councils, listening to this council, people saying, well, we've got to make the decision now. And yeah, 20 years later, the decisions are all rude. We've wrecked Farnham, we're wrecking Godalming, we're wrecking a lot of areas with bad decisions. Let's not make another Brightwells mistake, another bad mistake. I'd like to know, please, from the monitoring officer or the chief executive, are we able to lawfully decide that we have enough information when it is blindingly obvious, everybody accepts we only have half the information?
Thank you, Councillor
Thank you.
Hyman. The monitoring officer is going to speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, just to point out, we are in the middle of debate. This isn't normally an opportunity to ask questions of the Chief Executive or the Monitoring Officer, but I will respond on this occasion. Secondly, just a reminder to all councillors about a point of order. It's covered by Council Procedure Rule 15.6, and it provides that the member must state the Council Procedure Rule or law that they consider has been breached. There have been some references this evening to the articles of the Constitution regarding decision making. A point of order must relate to council procedure rules, not the articles. Having said that, Councillor Hyman has asked about the responsibility and accountability that officers are taking. They have taken responsibility in providing their advice in the officer report by a named author under the remit of the strategic director for this project, and they provided a written report containing professional advice to the executive, which is before council this evening. It is my view and the view of the relevant strategic director that there is sufficient information before council this evening to make the decision that council is being asked to make this evening. And there will be other matters to be decided upon in future where you don't have that information before you this evening. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Hess.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Don't know quite where to start with this, but look, I was going to say this earlier, but we all know, or we should all know, that when you open up old buildings, other things are discovered that couldn't be foreseen. So inevitably, you've got to get real here. Costs will go up. And also, this council is not responsible for increases in material or labour costs, which is incredible. Never been so high. The council is just not responsible for that. So I think we've just got to forget that and give them a break. And Councillor Austin, I agree with you on a lot of things, but you say it may be a terrible deal. Well, yes, possibly in the terms of the private sector, but we're not the private sector, and we have assurances from our portfolio holder for finance and assets, and also from the Section 151 officer, that it will eventually, I mean, these are my words, wipe its face in due course. All right, it's long term, but councils will be around looking after housing for people long term. So I don't see that as a problem. Now, as Councillor Beeman said earlier, hindsight is a fine thing. There are so many pros and cons to this, and we've been batting them around this evening, but none of them actually is moving us forward at all. This project is ongoing, and doing nothing, in my view, is not an option. So Councillor Merriweather said that it'll be self-funding on the commercial element, maybe eventually, over time. I don't have a problem with that. And the housing element, when built, will be funded by the residents that live there. And so in the great scheme of things, £500,000 is really not a huge amount of money. Bringing housing into the heart of a town, into a high street, is a good thing. It brings residents in who can spend money in the local shops, enlivens the town centre. I support it. It might not be what we want, might not be what Councillor Hyman wanted, but it's people in the town and the lights are on. And we just need to move this forward, because what you've got is a half or partially completed project worth nothing. You talk about valuations, it's worth bog all as it stands. We should stop talking about failure, get it built, approve this tonight, and then turn it into a success and get the lights on. And I do support it, because you can't leave a half-completed project unbuilt. It's just not worth anything. So we've got to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have two other speakers, Councillor Liz Townsend and then Councillor Ken Reid.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Atkins, before she left, I feel was judging failure on commercial payback periods. And we are aware that councils can and do look over much longer terms. 47 years is not unreasonable. Indeed, short-termism would probably mean that most public benefit projects would never actually get off the ground. And as was said earlier by Rabbi Alex, this is about planting trees for future generations. And we do benefit, as Councillor Clark mentioned, about being able to take this long-term view about lower borrowing costs and the pursuit of social value. And we should never underestimate what that social value brings. We should never underestimate that. And I agree with Councillor Austin. We should and do have a respect for public money, for public benefit. We only have to look at the debt of Woking Borough Council under the Conservative administration, whose total debt is approximately £2 billion, which equates to about £20,000 per resident. And as the leader mentioned, the private sector is failing to deliver housing that is more affordable. Look at the Wallmead site. We are committed here in Waverley to providing housing, social housing, housing at affordable rents. The private sector will not deliver this type of project. It is a fact that councils across the country have faced unprecedented cost pressures in construction and regeneration projects. That's a fact. It's driven by soaring material and energy prices, labour shortages, higher borrowing costs, and this is something that should concern us all. And, you know, Councillor Murray, we have covered at length the competitive nature of the rental costs, so I'm not going to go over that again. However, the cost drivers we cannot ignore, whether they're due to global matters, whether they're due to post-Brexit matters, whether they're due to the very, very long tail of the trust budget. And you can say, oh, well, you know, it's nothing to do with it. It does have something to do with it, because it cost each household about over £1,000. So it does have an impact. Everything has an impact. There is a domino effect. And it is true that the private sector has been reluctant to or unable to invest in projects like this in high streets, leaving key sites at risk of decline. And local councils have stepped in to fill that gap, investing directly to maintain vibrant town centres. These projects can be often mixed-use developments, combining commercial, cultural, residential space. We're going on to the Wilmer House later, and crucially delivering affordable housing. By doing so, we are preserving jobs, footfall, we're creating new opportunities for businesses and providing, and it's nothing like Brightwells. I'm sorry, Councillor Hyman, nothing like Brightwells. We are providing a commercial element which is viable, together with much needed affordable housing in the centre of Godalming. And, you know, public investment like this is critical in turning challenging circumstances like we're seeing into an opportunity for Godalming for the future. And across the UK, as I've said, construction projects have stalled. We need to move forward with this project as quickly as possible. And I agree with Councillor Hess. We need to keep the lights on in our high streets, and especially for this business going forward into Christmas. And we know what the delay will cause, and that delay is not acceptable. So 6 weeks may be nothing. Actually, within, as I know, hospitality businesses, which I had my background in many years ago, hospitality businesses, Christmas is the biggest earner for them. So let's not underestimate that, and let's not make this business harder coming into Godalming. We need to be proactive. We need to make decisions quickly. And this is a good decision at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ken Reid.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we've got to the stage where we are actually regurgitating arguments for and against. Could I propose that the question be now put?
I think I am going to agree that. So we have the recommendation in front of us. I know you've put your hand up, but at this time of night, I'm going to go with taking the vote.
To move straight to the vote. They would put the procedural motion, vote no, taken to the vote. Yes, and you need to ask them, are they agreeable to go straight to the vote? And then we do the vote.
Members, are you agreeable to Councillor Ken Reid's suggestion that we move directly to the vote?
Okay.
Agreed. So when lights show, please vote.
Show of hands, sorry.
Oh, show of hands, because we, beg your pardon.
Can
because
the
one-
person please move to another seat with their card and then we can just use the machine?
All we have to do is raise your hands.
You've got to give the mover of the original motion.
Oh.
Chance to sum up.
Thank you very much. Councillor Merriweather, would you like to sum up? I'm not sure that Councillor follows you.
I'd love to. I don't. Yeah, I'd love to quickly, but I'm pretty sure nobody else in this room would agree with me. Look, I just want to come back. Councillor Austin, I do think it's important to finish the quote that you started. You were talking about best value when you talked about services ensuring they're economical, efficient and effective. What you forgot to do was finish the quote, which goes on, this involves a duty to focus on achieving best possible outcomes for the public by considering a combination of factors beyond just price, such as quality, social value and long-term sustainability. Very important words, and I hopefully they put what you said into proper context. In terms of everything else, I really appreciate the support. I really appreciate the constructive way people have engaged in this debate. I do gently want to nudge back again on the suggestion that loungers are getting a sweetheart deal. They are paying the market rent for the space there. When it comes to other options, there are not a queue of people queuing up to get in outside of the hospitality sector. It does seem to be, sadly, in Godalming just as much as in Farnham, the only game in town. It is a shame this has taken so long. It is because we're a local authority. We are bound by rules that the private sector is not, in terms of governance, in terms of risk, in terms of procurement, heaven forbid, and a whole load of other things. That, I'm afraid, is what we have to live with, and I will shut up there. Thank you.
All those in favour of the recommendation, please raise your hands. And those against? And any abstentions? One. That is carried. 26 in favour, 9 against and 1 abstention. So we go on to agenda item number 16, Wilmer House, timber structure repair and replacement at facade.
We take another vote at 11 o'clock.
We take another vote at 11 o'clock and it's not quite 11 o'clock. So are there any questions on clarity for this? Councillor Beaman.
Yeah, I think it's clarity, but I'll just mention it, in fact. So I believe that Waverley do own an oil painting called Cornish Fisher Folk, which is worth a reasonable amount of money. And I wonder what progress, if any, has been made to sell this, which could be offset against these costs. Thank you.
I'm not sure we can discuss that in public.
Yep.
I'm very happy to discuss that offline.
Unless you want to go into executive session, you could ask to send them leave to go into executive session.
No more speakers.
He's going to take it off.
So councillor follows.
No, it'll be councillor Mirrlees introducing this
I
one.
beg your pardon,
Madam Mayor, my
councillor
apologies.
Mirrlees.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to be as
I
quick
beg
as
your
I
pardon,
can.
I'm sorry, there's another question of clarity.
Could I ask, as my microphone's given up the ghost, as to whether a full structural survey was carried out on this property before we started doing any works upon it?
Councillor Mirrlees.
Yes, I have my seconder, which is.
The question.
Oh, sorry,
the
I've just been
it's
trying
all
to
right.
organise
The
something
question
else.
was,
A full structural survey has been done on the property so far, and we're going, as you'll see, we are asking for money for the survey for the back. It says very clearly, if you look at it, it says we're here to ask council to approve the reallocation of monies from repair of the rear windows of Wilmer House to support the other greater sum needed for the timber roof frame at the front, along with an external survey to assess the condition at the back of the building.
Wasn't my question. My question was a full structural survey carried out prior to any works being done on Wilmer House?
Well, in fact, it was your administration that tried to do a survey and then decided it wasn't worth the while to carry on and shied away from paying the money to do something to renovate the whole building. You will understand that when I read through what I have here, okay?
I think it is. Yeah.
Do you want Kelvin to respond to that?
Kelvin, are you able to respond?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I am. Yeah, a full conditions building survey was carried out in 2014 and again in 2021.
No other questions?
Sorry, I have a question.
Yes, councillor Austin.
I just want to check with Kelvin actually, because I did ask this question the other day and I got a response back from Kelvin earlier. There was a cost in 2014. I can't see anything that says there was a full structural survey done from the email that he sent me. And he also did not put in that email that there was one done in 2021 either. I just want to clarify, was that a full structural survey? Because it's not in his email to me, because I asked that question earlier.
Thank you. It is 11 o'clock now. So before we carry on, we'll take another vote, if you're agreeable, whether we carry on for another half hour.
Finish this item.
But to start and finish, we haven't started, it's not moved.
Yes.
So whether we carry on for this item. So all those in favour of carrying on for this particular item to raise their hands.
All those in favour of carrying on this item?
Well, we're going to carry on this item anyway.
Yeah.
The next item after
Not
that.
necessarily, not unless they vote, because it's not moved. Yes, I think that's.
Those against? 2, 3, 4. And any abstentions, just
One abstention. Okay, so we continue.
we continue. 23 voted for continuing.
And we have an attempt for a question from Councillor Austin to an officer. I think you need to check with Pedro whether he's happy for his officer to attend, and it's not really that time for.
Okay, so we're going to move to debate.
Yeah, so we're just
Okay.
moving.
Yep, thank you. We are, it is the view of the panel up here that it is not acceptable to take a question answered by an officer. So we will move now to, is there a question?
Madam Mayor, regarding clarity, yes, I've got another question on clarity.
Okay,
Can I ask that?
you may.
Okay. Could I just have clarity? Is it my understanding that Waverley Borough Council is actually responsible for Wilmer House? It's a grade 1 listed building, and we also have a responsibility to maintain it and put it back to its original condition. Is that correct?
Thank you. I don't suppose it's to go back to its original condition. That would be quite impossible. But it is our duty and it's a legal duty for us to look after it properly and keep it in a state of good repair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on clarity? No. So Councillor Mirrlees, would you like to lead the proposal, please?
Yes, I'd like to introduce it. I have a seconder. Thank you. So we're here to ask Council to approve the reallocation of monies from repair of the rear windows of Wilmer House to support the other greater sum needed for the timber roof frame at the front, along with an external survey to assess the condition at the back of the building. Recognising the importance of this Grade 1 listed building not only to the heritage of the borough, but especially to Farnham, we understand its importance on a national scale, rare as it is. Yes, it is costly, yet it has been one thing after another. But if in the past former administrations had carried out preventative maintenance, we very likely would not have found ourselves in this situation. Apart from the 80,000 spent on scaffolding, erected hastily to prevent the roof collapsing and endangering people, or the emergency electrical and guttural repairs totaling approximately 40,000, the spend over 20 years has amounted to the derisory sum of 6,000 plus per annum, this for a 300-year-old Grade 1 building. In 2014-15, repairs were identified by the former administration who did a survey, but having had it costed by 5 suppliers in 2016, they shied away from progressing it further. In 2017, Drake and Kannemeyer and a structural engineer advised that it was necessary to install the safety scaffolding. In 2021, Mend Round 1 was introduced by the Arts Council, so we put in for as much as we could, including what we knew as far as we knew, because there's only so much you can tell without proper scaffolding and money to do the survey. And even the one that we have done recently required a drone to be able to get in as far as it could, but there was a limit to where you could get there. So the Arts Council rejected our application, but we were encouraged by them to reapply for the front facade and the brickwork, which was essential. This was approved in June 2023 by the Executive and at full council on the 18th of July 2023. As far as we were able to see, the front of the building was that which needed most attention. We were advised then that the chimneys would need doing in a couple of years. But during this time, problems have arisen at the back, even as we have been addressing these issues. However, once we've had a proper survey done at the back, we will put in for more funding from outside sources such as the Arts Council and NHLF, with whom we have already a good relationship, especially with a new plan for re-envisioning the museum. That is what the Arts Council are particularly interested, hence the MEND fund. Stage 1 is to get the house safe. Stage 2 is already in progress through the workshops we've had through the year, repurposing the museum under the guidance of a museum specialist called Marilyn Scott. Sitting, as Wilmer House does, in Farnham, with international status as an arts and crafts town, making the museum the first and only crafts museum in the UK seems to be the way forward. What benefit is a museum to our society and sense of place? A recent survey showed that 80% of people thought it very important. Tourists come to the UK predominantly for our heritage sites, our history, which as a nation we have managed to preserve. People are fascinated to see how we once lived, how the lives they led brought us to where we are now. There is so much we can do to commercialise and reinvigorate the museum so that it can financially stand alone, and that's not impossible. And this starts with getting a business plan in place with a commercial director to draw the possibilities for this together. I hope the museum becomes a major attraction for those interested in the arts and crafts, providing workshops for people interested in renovation skills, a place to have a wedding, a gallery for artists, interesting exhibitions, a cafe, and yet more. The Maltings are on board with our aspirations, having been members of our workshops and have been a service provider all this time, as are the Farnham Town Council. So I recommend that we pass this for the money that we require and recognise that actually it's not all about cost. It's about how we benefit our society, the people who live in it, the people who are coming to live in it, who want to be part of it. And we have a wonderful opportunity here with a beautiful house, which in itself is the museum, and the museum is the house. And that's how we recognised it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any speakers? Councillor Clark. And
those who were good at history at school will know that in the year 1718, the city of New Orleans was founded by the French, and the Alamo was founded by Spanish missionaries. But not to be outdone, in Farnham, a wealthy hop merchant, John Thorne, built a residence that we now know as Wilmer House. Now fast forward 240 years to 1959, when Surrey County Council bought Wilmer House from the Crum family, who wished to leave the building to the people of Farnham. 2 years later, in 1961, we saw the first man in space. John F. Kennedy becomes the 35th President of the United States, and the County Council opens Wilmer House to the public as a museum. Then in 2012, Waverley, under the control of the Conservatives, with no Lib Dem or Farnham residents members in sight, purchased the building from the County Council, therefore assuming legal responsibility for its upkeep and preservation. However, in the intervening 11 years between 2012 and 23, no administration, regardless of political persuasion, fully carried out their legal duty to a Grade 1 listed building. So, Madam Mayor, I think we all have to accept that we have a shared responsibility for the lack of activity to protect this building. More recently, as the exterior brickwork began to crumble and fall apart, the Arts Council agreed to fund £735,000 towards repairs. As work started and the facade was dismantled, it then became obvious there were other problems internally. Many people think the building itself is the main exhibit of this museum and is even worth preserving in its own right. But the terms of the Arts Council grant include a deed of covenant on the building's freehold, which means it must stay as a museum for the next 15 years, regardless of who the future owner may become. But regardless of who becomes the new owner between now or indeed on vesting day, this council has a duty now to ensure the building is fully restored. So, Madam Mayor, I encourage members to show 100% shared responsibility and support the recommendation before council. Thank you.
thank you. Councillor Austin.
Thank you. Let me start by saying I believe Wilmer House is an important community asset and that a museum for Farnham is a valuable and fitting use. But the report before us tonight is gravely concerning. It points to me once again of blind project management by Waverley's executive. This is the third time in just 2 years the executive has come to the council seeking additional funding for this project as costs continue to escalate. Back in August 2023, Councillor Merrilees requested 220,000 to cover a supposed budget gap, money that was used only if all efforts to raise external funding failed. I'm quoting the minutes of the meeting there. A year later, that budget gap became money spent, followed by yet another further request for 734k more. At that time, Waverley Conservatives highlighted the lack of cost control and project oversight, noting that renovation costs had been underestimated by 43%. Fast forward to October 2025. If this latest request is approved, the taxpayer's total contribution will reach an astonishing £1.4 million and counting. But what concerns me is there's no clear understanding what it will actually cost to fully restore and repair this building. Officers have not confirmed that, and I have requested it. What can we glean? Paragraph 12.4 of the executive papers referenced a future visioning lottery funding request for 3 to 4 million to allow for complete repair and allow for full use of the garden gallery. That crucial figure has mysteriously disappeared from the full council papers before us tonight. Why? Did the executive not want councillors, and by extension the Waverley taxpayer, to see it? Because we've already learned with this project, when grant funding fails, it is the taxpayer who will pick up the bill. In August 2023, councillors were told there was a covenant on the museum lasting until 2038, requiring that it remain accessible as a museum. I checked this covenant. It transpires councillors were not told the whole story. The covenant goes much further. It restricts sale altogether, subject to Arts Council approval. It's therefore baffling to me, knowing the poor condition of the building as the executive did, knowing this covenant executive effectively committed Waverley to owning the asset for a further 15 years, that, well, the papers do not demonstrate that any full structural survey was undertaken at that point. Now, just now, we're being told something different. But almost, that's even worse. If you did know that there was a full structural survey undertaken, why is there no full costed plan for this project? Why is there nothing for the whole project going forwards? We need to know, the council, the taxpayer needs to know what they're in for, generally, vaguely. How many millions are we to expect coming forwards? It's to me an irresponsible act of folly that this hasn't happened. Paragraphs in the executive report even discussed in 12.5 a commercial option to prepare the asset for sale. 12.1 suggests a possible asset transfer to Farnham Town Council in the exec report. Both statements were quietly dropped from the version presented to full council. I mean, what I'm hearing is Farnham Town Council have little capacity or possibly desire to take on a blank cheque project requiring likely multi-million-pound future outlay. And if executive councils were truly concerned about historic maintenance underinvestment, these 6 years, they could have chosen to increase maintenance budgets, especially as apparently they've done all these surveys. That would have been a responsible, prudent course of action. Instead, they prefer to look at the past and assign blame rather than take ownership of current failures. No surprise there. And how successful has the Build a Brick campaign been in closing the funding gap? Well, £2,700 has been raised.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Hess.
Well, you know, recrimination is not helpful. It really isn't. Trawling back over all this gets us absolutely nowhere. So I want to read out what I've been jotting down here. This is a similar but different situation, 69 High Street, where with old buildings, when you open them up, things are found that couldn't possibly be known at the outset. And that is absolutely what has happened here. Nobody could have known, even a structural engineer doing a full structural, would not have seen all the rotted timbers which were concealed by rendered parapets. And until they were stripped back, nobody knew that they were rotten and that the roof was supported on virtually nothing. So I really urge people to just not go down the recrimination route. A lot of people are working incredibly hard on this project. Only in the case of Wilmer House, we have here a Grade 1 star listed building, one of the finest in the south of England, where now, having started work and uncovering structural roof beams which were rotten, it's a miracle that the roof hasn't fallen in. It's that serious. And if you're not sure, go on a scaffolding tour. They're putting them on for everybody. They don't cost you anything. And buy a brick while you're there. I did. A couple of £100. The project is underway. It can't be stopped. You can't go back. You only go forward. The council really needs to continue with this to make the building structurally safe. As I said, it's a Grade 1 listed building in the care and the responsibility of this council. The work that's being done currently on the front is going to be absolutely first class, with funding to fix the roof and the windows at the back, which are 200-year-old listed sash windows with crown glass, which are currently rotting, and the putty's falling out. Before long, the glass will be falling out, and then the building's open to the elements. You just can't allow that to carry on. And it takes money. We all know things take money. We all have houses we have to maintain. We know things cost. But with old buildings, you're in a different league and a completely different scale of cost. So to do this element of the project, we will then achieve a first-class asset for the council. It'll be our asset. And the town will benefit, and the people of the town. It'll be brilliant. And all councillors will be invited to the reopening for a glass of Prosecco to see this wonderful building reinstated to its former glory. So, honestly, recriminations and talking about cost overruns here, it's very difficult because you can't know what you're going to find. So I urge all members to please support this tonight. It's really important. I will be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hess. I have on my list 3 more speakers. Yes. Yes, I haven't got Martin. 4 more speakers, 5 more speakers, but I am going to ask it only to say something that hasn't already been said. Okay, so Councillor Fairclough, you are allowed to go first.
I'll try to avoid repetition, Madam Mayor. 63 years ago, a far better politician than I was proud to observe that his administration chose to do things not because they are easy, but because they are hard. The easy option is always to do nothing, to hope that the problem goes away, to turn a blind eye for fear that the problem may in fact be worse than it appears, to hope that someone else will solve the problem for you. The hard option is to take responsibility, to face up to the problem and seek to address it. This administration is not responsible for the problems faced by Wilmer House, but it is taking responsibility for addressing them, and I am proud that it is prepared to do so. Councillor Austin spoke of irresponsible actions. However, it is the catastrophic effects of a penny-wise, pound-foolish policy of doing no more than the bare minimum that has left us with this legacy of problems. Problems that, if left untreated, will only get worse. And yes, we may well uncover additional problems, as Councillor Hess has suggested. But one thing's for sure, those problems aren't going to go away either. This chamber is faced with a hard and financially difficult decision this evening. However, if we are to fulfil our legal obligations to preserve this priceless asset for future generations, making that hard decision is in fact the easy choice, the only choice, and that is to approve the recommendations in this paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Merriweather.
Very quickly, Madam Mayor, just to correct a couple of things. The budget has increased not because of a lack of control in the rates that are being spent. At each stage, there has been an expansion in the work that's needed doing. It's an activity variance, not a rate variance, arising from the discoveries that we've made, which I have to say, if you read the reports, have been flagged as risks at every stage. We've said, we've got to start this work. We don't quite know what we'll find. It's a grade 1 listed building. You can't go prodding around a grade 1 listing building doing all sorts of structural surveys, as Councillor Hess quite rightly pointed out. I want to make it absolutely clear. I do believe that we have a legal duty to do this, but I think that it is, regardless, the right thing to do. And it is for the benefit of our residents, their kids, their grandkids, and for the country, frankly.
Thank you, Councillor Long.
Councillor Merriweather has just said everything in my bullet point list, so I won't.
Marvellous. Councillor Martin.
Thank you. George Hess mentioned that we shouldn't be going down the incriminatory route. It's interesting that Councillor Mirilees did exactly that, and Councillor Fairclough has just done that as well. It's a pity that it's the fault of the Conservatives between 2012 and 2019, but beyond that, of course, it's been this administration, and for the first 4 years of this administration, nothing was done. So let's not have this incriminatory stuff. I agree with that. However, just looking at this, this is another drip. Of course, we need to take action on this, but I do want to know how much it's going to cost in total. We're being asked all the time to sign blank checks. This drip is too much. We need some reasonable estimate of what it's going to cost in total and a full structural survey to go with that, I would have thought. So whilst I'm very sympathetic to everything that everybody said, and we do need to get this project right, I do want to know approximately how much it's all going to cost before I commit to any further funding. So I'll be voting against. Thank you.
Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm nearly with Councillor Martin and also with Councillor Hess. We need to get it done. We need to get the money spent. But what I would ask the executive and the portfolio holder responsible to get back to scrutiny with a longer term plan for the expenditure to support this valuable building. I fear the 69 Godalming High Street issue. Drip, more money, more money. So can we have a clear understanding of what the council has got to spend over the next 3 years, so it's a medium to long-term plan of the support for this building? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Follows, you've reserved your right.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Sorry, my iPad is dying. Right, so I want to just say thank you to Kika, but also Charlotte and Kelvin, not just for enduring this entire session, but for all the work that they have done up to this point. Councillor Martin, I'm pretty sure if you vote against this, you're voting against the very survey work that you've just asked for. So that's something I'm not quite sure of. When we took over in 19, we actually found a bunch of buildings and pavilions that had zero preventive maintenance or grossly inadequate spend, the product of short-termist cuts. We actually have one of those in Godalming now as well, and experience exactly the same locally at Godalming Town Council. And some of you might have seen the pepper pot under scaffold, because of course, when we cracked that open recently to have a look at the maintenance that had been done in the past, we found quite a lot of very large problems that Godalming is now having to intervene into the tune of hundreds of thousands of pounds. Now, the fact that £7,000 a year was spent is frankly criminal on this. And just to correct another point of Councillor Martin's, since 2019, we have actually taken on board that there was hardly any money spent on it and no issues being dealt with, and took that on board. Now, frankly, I went up to the scaffolding and everybody else, and if I had £500,000 in the bank, I would have paid it gladly to get down from the blasted thing, because it was incredibly terrifying. But it was extremely informative as well. And actually, one of the problems with a Grade 1 listed building is that you can't just crack it open willy-nilly and see what's wrong with it. It actually is quite a difficult thing to do. It's something that you have to do in a thoughtful and considerate way. One moment, because this is stuck completely. And then finally, Councillor Hess. I mean, there's a reason some of us trawl up this, and I apologise because it does kind of seem a little bit acrimonious, but that's because some of us are a little bit sick of the back teeth of being lectured about conservation and heritage by people who constantly refuse to do anything about conservation and heritage, or indeed pay for it when somebody points out that there are conservation and heritage issues at play. And in all of your words, Jane, both now and, sorry, Councillor Austin, both here and in other places, you have never actually said what you would actually do about this, ever. And you just simply haven't done that at any point. And so just to finish, as Kika finished, the house is the museum is the house. We need to go and get this done. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mary-Louise, would you like to speak as a right of reply?
Well, just very quickly, I mean, in terms of this, the covenant is for another 13 years. I'm surprised if you were so concerned that you didn't go and find that out if you hadn't seen it or heard about it. But there you are. It runs out in 13 years. And it might be that we get an administration that's a bit like you and wants to sell the wretched place off again. But we're hoping that that won't happen. And when we've invested and when we've done our survey and we can give you an idea of what we're going to have to spend, maybe it will not be the black hole that you think it is. And that black holes don't give you a return, as far as I remember. This house will be worth quite a lot of money. And therefore, if you then want to get rid of it, despite the people not wanting you to, you will have some money in your pocket. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have the recommendation on page in our sheets. I'm not going to read it. All those in favour, please raise their hands. And those against? One. And any abstentions? I think it was 2 against.
Sorry, can you put your hands?
So
can we take it again for those?
can we
against?
take those against again?
2.
So that is carried, 27 in favour, 2 against and 5 abstentions. And then we've got...
Do you just want to ask that motion? Councillor Powers can say something.
Madam Mayor, I decline to move my motion. I'm sure everybody will be happy about that. But based on my own wish for cohesion and lack of division, I won't move it.
Will you bring it forward next time?
I will indeed, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, at 11:30, the meeting's over.